Yo! It's Monday. It's raining where I am. How's everybody doing? Everybody doing okay? Yeah, it wasn't too crazy of a weekend. No, yes, maybe. Time detector showing another bell curve on everything. Amazon Web Services is dead. Oh, okay. All right, this is good. Bad, you're cold. Cold. You're fine. Raining here too. Nice drizzle, and overcast. It's great. All right. Hey, 7. 47 month resub. What's going on? How's everybody doing? All right. We're going to start part 14. Technically part 13B. Manned spaceflight rendezvous with the target vehicle. We seem to have got the docking port kind of figured out. And that basically is where we left off on Friday. So, let's get to it. We have kind of an interesting new alignment docking port design going on. And I'll load up Kerbal while we're getting ready. What happened with the Artemis 3 HLS? Yeah, I'm not sure. Had a guy's trip for your 40th up in the Poconos. You went to the house. There were 17 of us. It's pretty wild, and we wrapped up this morning. Sounds like fun, dude. All right, let's go. It hasn't rained where you're at in over a month. Please send water. I mean, I got plenty. I'd love to. Hey, Matt, 13-month resub. Thank you. So, yeah, I don't know. We should talk about HLS stuff during Space News, but I guarantee you that's all people are going to be asking me about for the next 4 hours. That's all people are going to be asking about. I don't know. I haven't really collected my thoughts yet. This could be a blessing or it could be another misstep. It's kind of hard to say. I'm just here waiting for the Elon crash out on Twitter. I don't think that's gonna happen, dude. To be honest with you. There's new HLS info? Yeah, Hampus, it's not great. Broncos scored. Yeah, Hellfish, I saw what you said. I saw that game. Yeah. I mean, well, I saw the highlight reel. I didn't see the whole game. That's not great for them. Yeah, that's like 28-3 bad, isn't it? You gotta play till the end of the game, man. Play 3 phases of the game. That's what you gotta do. If you don't do that, you're not gonna win. You can't let your foot off the gas pedal. You gotta grind the other team into nothing. That's what football is. It's a battle of attrition. When will you talk about HLS? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know, homies. Hey, Food, and happy Monday.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Let's... I don't know, man. Who plays Monday Night Football? The Lions. The Lions are playing Tampa Bay. That's gonna be a good game. I'm probably gonna want to watch that. So, dude, we're probably not gonna do We're probably not gonna do after hours tonight. Something is making a not great noise. That was not a good noise. Did you guys hear that? That was a... Unless that was a jackhammer, that's not... That's not a noise you want to be hearing from construction equipment. I hope that wasn't... If that's like a bulldozer or something making that noise, that's very broken. That did not sound like a construction equipment noise. That sounded like broken construction equipment. That grindy, gravelly noise. Yeah, that's not what you want to hear, huh? How about that code erase? I didn't watch it, Dink. I didn't watch it, man. I was on the road. I did go to a pretty sweet auto show out in Central Mass, though. I got tons of research for how to finish building my car. I didn't get any pictures of any cars from the auto show. All I got is pictures of undercarriages of 69 Coronets. So bad. Of what? Oh, the car is green for what it's worth. All I got is the pictures of the undersides of the car for what it's supposed to look like. Pictures of the wheel wells and stuff. People were like, what are you doing? I'm like, I need reference. There was nothing here. There was nothing here when I took apart my car. I didn't even know that part was supposed to be that. No, I was talking with a bunch of Mopar guys at this show. There was a show out in Central Mass at a farm. It was pretty good. We had to go a long way away to get it, to go find it. But there was a bunch of Mopars there, which is pretty cool. Dagger was pretty good. Nice. Yeah. So, yeah, good stuff. Dude, I'm having trouble starting up. Come on. I had a weird weekend, man. Weird weekend. You guys want to talk about HLS, don't you? I mean, I don't know, dude. I don't know, man. I don't want to talk. I don't know. So anyway, we did get our target vehicle up and running, and then we had an idea of using flags as docking pedals for alignment and structure. Not 100% sure if this satisfies the structural thing, but we did figure out a really nice way to do docking port alignment, which is pretty cool. Good, SpaceX has been behind, and we need to get the landing done. I guess my question is, Hellfish, is how do you know that? How do we know this? SpaceX has been behind on HLS. How so? I just... everybody says this. Everybody's saying, like, oh, they're behind. How are they behind? How are they behind? Hey, Alucard. What's up, man? You can set them as a panel, Jim. Yeah. So the flag is a physicsless part until you go over here, and you can actually make them into panels. That was functionality that was added towards the later part of Kerbal 1's development. So I'm using them as docking pedals, similar to NDS, NASA docking system. That's very similar. Only it's not exactly the right shape, but it's close. Finally got around to making a Falcon 9 in KSP. Nice. Ah. Docking port legs. Yeah, that works. SpaceX being behind is what everybody's saying. Yeah, no, there's no verifiable metric here to say that they're behind with HLS. How is that possible? They need to do 40 refueling missions for HLS. Yes, 40, and it's confirmed. So? Like the 6 failed test flights. See, this is why I don't want to talk about this, dude. I'll be honest. I don't want to talk about this because objectively nobody can prove that SpaceX is behind on these things. Saying that they're behind is saying that it's a logic trap. Hellfish, it's a logic trap, dude. Saying that they're behind on this is it tells me that people are either deliberately obfuscating iterative design, or they just don't understand it. Or they, that's the first one is they understand it, but they don't care. It's just easy, low-hanging fruit to say they're behind. Or they just demonstrate a fundamental lack of iterative design understanding. And that's really what this comes down to. This is why I really didn't want to talk about it. Everybody that's saying that SpaceX is behind doesn't understand what SpaceX is about. Or they're deliberately obfuscating it. There's no two ways to cut this, man. Well, there is two ways to cut it. I just told you. There's no three ways to cut this. We can sit there and we can pretend like SpaceX is behind if we really want to, but doing that demonstrates a fundamental misunderstanding of the entire program and what the Starship program is supposed to do. And that's very interesting to me. Because if the heads at NASA or Sean Duffy doesn't understand exactly what they're dealing with here, what else don't you understand? That's where my mind's going. Like, I don't really have anything against Sean Duffy. He's been pretty good pretty much up until this point. Like, well, not pretty good. As good as an acting administrator can be. With the exception of a couple stupid posts on X about stuff that you don't kind of understand. That he doesn't really seem to catch the fundamentals of. I just don't... I just don't, yeah, in this particular context, you're either, yeah, that's what it really comes down to, dude. You're either obfuscating your understanding of iterative flight design because you have an axe to grind, or you just generally don't understand what SpaceX is about. It's very interesting that the interim acting administrator would do that. That's very interesting to me. Beeping intensifies. Yep, I'm backing up. It's the trucks that are out there or something. I don't really get it. I don't really understand. Now, to be honest, on Flame Trench on Friday, I said I wouldn't have a problem with them fielding another contract for a lander. If you want a legacy contract for a regular lander to get done expediently, you're going to need to do two things. You're going to need a blank check. Well, not two things. You need a blank check. The reason why you need a blank check and a significant reorganization of NASA, I guess, would be the second one. And that's okay. That's fine. But I wouldn't do it at the detriment to HLS or SLD. I don't know why Blue is getting another chance to bid on HLS when their first bid for it failed miserably. That really doesn't make a lot of sense in my mind. The HLS test was supposed to be this year. Hellfish, I don't understand why. I mean, I guess if you want to say that, yeah, they were trying to do it, but you have missteps. That happens. Teething problems and missteps happen with every aerospace engineering project. Why is it a big deal, you know? Every aerospace project is behind. Why? Oh, well, when SpaceX is behind, then I just don't get it. This is a huge cluster. I really don't. I'm just not really interested in talking about it. You complain when SLS is behind too. Yeah. Dude, see, there it is again. Do you understand the difference between iteration and waterfall style testing? You know, if you're holding, you. I don't understand. I don't understand. There's this significant difference in their testing regimes for these things. Holding them to the same standard of it's late is either you're obfuscating the truth on purpose, or you somehow think that these two programs are somehow on parity with each other, which is, once again, like fundamentally wrong on like many levels. Like, now, does that mean that SpaceX is completely absolved just because they're late? No, but they are making progress, and they make progress very, very, very transparently out in the open. Yeah, I think that getting up their tail about being late is all that's going to do is just make them less open and make them more into a legacy contractor. You know, not being transparent about things. That's all that's going to do. I just don't really get why this is a bad move. Now, once again, to be very clear, I don't mind fielding another lander if expediency is the name of the game. Our entire space program for the last 15 years is set up for sustainable exploration, and that's part of the reason why it's taken so long. Because it's not just going to the moon, it's figuring out a way to stay there. That does take a little bit more effort. I mean, could we have gotten it done faster? Yeah, if we didn't cancel Constellation, we'd be fine. However, yes, Starship, I do. This probably comes down to people feeling that SpaceX is not showing enough progress on HLS. I don't really care how people feel relative to this subject, Black Eagle. And if that's truly the case, that is a fundamental flaw in perception here. That is, dude, that's not a good idea. We're gonna shoot ourselves in the foot again. Starship is now basically possible, so Blue Origin's design is better. Yeah, let's this is I'm gonna shut up. This is not. SpaceX submitted a dev schedule in late 2024. They had a refueling mission in early 25 and tanker tests in late 2025 with the first uncrewed landing in 2026. Duffy has been asked by the president to get a lunar lander before his presidency ends, and with Starship, it's now basically impossible, so Blue Origin's design is better. Yeah, no, it's not. It's not. This architecture sucks for expediency too. And anybody, once again, this architecture sucks if you want to get back to the moon first. Stop denying it. Like, I don't understand why we think that this rocket, which is barely tested, is going to work with refueling, which Blue has demonstrated on the ground but barely tested, right? With refueling architecture combined with the schedule of getting an SLS to launch and Orion and work down to the moon, etc., etc. This is fine, but this is entirely unproven as well. Why are we putting faith in Blue being able to keep up a flight cadence? Because they objectively can't yet. I just don't understand. I don't understand just saying like, oh, this is better. It's not. It's not. Like, I'm sorry. Like, and this isn't a slight against Blue. It's the same thing as SpaceX. These are sustainable architectures that are designed for long-term exploration of the moon. These architectures, it would be prudent to not rush either one of these architectures. Sitting here and saying that Blue is somehow more sustainable and will get us to the moon more expediently because their architecture is smaller, despite requiring refueling as well, right, doesn't make sense. You can sit here and we can, I mean, if we want to kid ourselves, if we want to be lying to ourselves, sure. And once again, it's not a slight against Blue Moon or their landers or anything. It's entirely untested. And once again, to sit here and say that this is more sustainable, well, they're using waterfall style testing. Blue for a new space company uses a lot of old space ways, and that's fine if that's what you want to do. That's all fine and dandy. But there is no, dude, there's no way this is all going to get done in the next year. I'm sorry, it's not. And once again, I'm not trying to harp on Blue, and I'm not trying to defend SpaceX. I know that SpaceX takes 40 landers and stuff, but there are 40 refuelers or whatever. Like, you can say, oh, it takes this, it takes this, it takes this. That's fine and dandy, but the point that I'm trying to make isn't pitting one versus the other. They're both objectively going to take some time by design. And sitting here and saying, oh, Blue is objectively better is obfuscating the truth. And the truth is that neither of these architectures are expedient. Neither of them are. I'm sorry, they're not. They're not. You can sit here and you can kid yourself and say that, oh, this is way better. This is way better. No, it's not. It's not. Blue's architecture is simpler and requires less launches, but their testing regimes are a little more risk adverse than SpaceX's are. You can sit here and pretend like it's not, but it is. They're less likely to take a risk. Blue historically has been this way. I don't see any reason why they would change now, and I'm not knocking their architecture either. Their architecture is fine. Blue's architecture is simpler, but they take their time. SpaceX is faster, more complicated. Is faster and more complicated. Neither of these are good for getting to the moon quicker. And let's stop kidding ourselves and saying that they are. Which once again goes back to my point. If you want to open up the HLS contract at this moment in time, if you want to do this, neither of these are good architectures for getting anything done in the expedient future. Opening up the HLS contract to more competition is basically beating a horse even more, trying to get it to go faster. Neither of these are designed to tack up and go faster. They're not. They're sustainable by design. It's just not going to happen this way. If you wanted to open up another lander contract for NASA to have in-house capability and complete the Artemis architecture in-house, that's going to require a huge bump in funding, right? It's going to require a huge bump in funding, but it is doable. I just don't really like NASA basically. I don't think that NASA basically saying, oh, our long-term plans are stupid. Our long-term plans aren't going to get us there quicker because they're long-term plans. So let's do short-term plans at the detriment to our long-term plans. That is really, really profoundly stupid. If you really want to do this right, you field NASA's in-house lander and achieve parity. You don't do it to the detriment of HLS or SLD. Yeah, that would be a big mistake. Hey, Thick, what's going on? And I said this on Flame Trench on Friday. If you want to go look, there needs to be a separated contract. Mingling with commercial at this point, dude, that's not gonna work. But in all fairness, SpaceX is already getting shafted. In the commercial crew program, Bridenstine cooked them while Boeing is screwing around and delayed for 6 years now. Now with HLS, the same thing. Baron, that's what I'm saying. Anybody that's saying that SpaceX is somehow going slow, either doesn't understand their iterative development style, right? Or is deliberately obfuscating the truth to try and because you have an axe to grind. Do you really care about going back to the moon? If you really cared about going back to the moon, you would not... SLD, so Sustainable Lunar Development, which is Blue's architecture, and HLS would be left alone. Let them do their thing. Now, if you want SpaceX to build you a lander and you don't necessarily want it to be on Artemis 3, I don't have a problem with that. If you want to build your own in-house solution, that's fine. If they want to just remake the LEM and build that, don't have a problem with that either. I wouldn't do that to the detriment of HLS, though, to be 100% honest with you. The only time I would really be okay with it is if SpaceX was okay with it. And something tells me that they might be. It's possible. I don't know what that means, Tanit. That doesn't make any sense. This is 100% about the president. Let's be real. He wants a moon landing in his term. That's fine. There's right ways to go about it, and there's wrong ways to go about it. And guys, once again, the quickest way to get back to the moon, expediency is key. All right, if time is a problem, it's going to be expensive. All right. Because you need it done right, and you don't have a lot of time, so it's going to be expensive. There's no getting around this. And anybody that's trying to not address the elephant in the room is just obfuscating the truth, and that's going to set us up for failure. And that's what I mean about not understanding what's going on here. Blue's architecture is not better. It's not better just because it has less launches. Blue's using a waterfall style testing, and there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with SpaceX's iterative testing. Both of these things are designed to set us up to get to the moon and stay there for a little while. And that's fine. But that's at the behest of expediency. You want expediency? Build another lander. Build another lander in-house. If the president wants to get there, wants us to get back to the moon in 2028, you're going to need a lander. We can't sit here and retrofit this sustainable architecture to try in the name of expediency, because that's going to compromise design. That's a really stupid thing to do. Like, really stupid. Save fast, expensive, pick two. Yeah, right? And this is why I don't really want to talk about this, because this could go any way. It could go either way, dudes. It's really not... I don't like them... The only kind of scenario where I don't mind them going after the HLS contract is if SpaceX is cool with it. If it's an amicable separation, then I'm fine with it. Other than that, I don't... Sitting here and pretending like Blue, just because it launches less, is somehow going to be quicker, is lying to yourself. Like, it's unfortunate. The real elephant in the room is that NASA really doesn't have an architecture that's in their control. NASA can't build exactly what NASA wants, so NASA keeps beating this commercialization, cheaper, leverage industry, etc., etc. You can leverage industry and have them build exactly what NASA wants. That would be objectively what you want to do here. You need another Saturn V in this scenario. And that that right there, I mean, that's addressing the elephant in the room, that NASA doesn't have their own way to get to the surface of the moon. I've been saying this problem will come to roost for the last 10 years. Like, I don't know how to say it any better. Like, I'm not hopeful, Isaac. We have an easy schedule. We're going to win all these games, and then we're going to get railed in the playoffs if we're not careful. We should be beating every team 50-12. Internally, Duffy is talking about a 30-month plan to get humans to the moon. Among the alternatives are Blue Origin. At least we really reported on a Mark 1 only plan and an old space cost plus proposal. Eric, what's Blue's? What's Blue's plan? There's no way Blue's plan isn't a cost plus proposal as well. Stop obfuscating the fucking truth. God damn it. Does anybody here care? Everybody just has an axe to grind. Does anybody give a crap about actually getting there? You know what you're doing, dude. Stop. Hi, how are you? I'm EJ. I talk about space stuff. Sorry for losing it, guys. I don't mean to crash out a little bit. I think it's warranted, though, after this nonsense. Does anybody... You know, I've asked this before. Does anybody care? Anybody care? Everybody's like, no, my way is the best. No, my way is the best. No, we should be doing it. We should be doing it my way. We should be doing it my way. This way sucks. We should be doing it my way. If you have to denigrate somebody else's way of getting to the moon to try and further yours, I don't trust you. I don't trust anything you have to say, and I don't trust your model. All right? I don't trust that. Neither architecture is inherently bad. No way. Blue's architecture is fine. SpaceX's architecture is fine. Either one of these are just fine. They're okay, but they're okay for not expedience, right? Anybody that doesn't say that doesn't understand what's happening. Last 3 paragraphs. Here comes the important part. Ours can now report, based on sources, that Blue has begun preliminary work on a modified version of the Mark 1 lander, leveraging learnings from Mark 2 crew development. That could be part of an architecture to land humans on the moon in this decade. NASA has not formally requested Blue to work on this technology, but according to a space agency official, the company recognized the urgency of this need. This is not the answer for expedience, guys. God. As far as I know, it's like the lunar module. The lunar module with cryogenics, so it's not like the lunar module at all. Oh, nice, Bob. Yeah, I might do that. Really depends. Lunar module's a hypergolic. Yeah. It was using Aerozine 50 and N204, which is the modern day equivalents of Aerozine 50 and N204 are nitrogen tetroxide, which is they call them NTO and MMH nowadays. It's basically the same stuff. Yeah, Beazle, I know what you mean. I don't know, Fluffy. I don't know, dude. I don't know. I don't know. I just this VOD's a crock of crap anyway, dude. And I wanted to play KSP. Let's just play KSP. Okay, so I need a second. Give me a moment. I gotta. Timeout, EJ. First charge timeout of the half. Dude, this is... Yeah. Stupid. All right. All right. Okay, so... we made modifications to the capsule, and we did do some testing to make sure that these docking ports with the pedals actually do work. How does the LES work? It takes the capsule with it. It'll separate right here from the service module, and it'll take the capsule with it. And then it'll poop the capsule out of that fairing. We did do some upgrades to the SM. I used more lightweight monopropellant tanks that don't cost as much and end up carrying more fuel. We balanced out our reaction control thrusters. And I do believe we put the target, that's right, we did. We put the target vehicle up on orbit. We unfortunately didn't get the first stage back, but the Block 2 version of Octo 3 is working very, very well. We have our upgraded upper stage, which is quite good. Performed real good. Boom! So let's get the target vehicle into the correct orbit, and we will deorbit our second stage here. I did this right at the end of the stream. Hey, Press, what's going on? Hey, Rob, how you doing? I'm liking how this craft is coming together. Yeah, we have our upper stage here with the docking pedals. Looking good. All right, let's just go around here. And we're gonna need to do a quick stage firing. I want this thing... Actually, 110 is probably where we want this to end up being. I want to put it in slightly higher than 100 by 100. It'll be easier to get the vehicle to it. After this, what we got to do is we have to reattach the... we have to reintegrate the capsule to the Octolander. EJ, am I right to assume that your job is stressful? No. No, it's fine, dude. I'm just... I'm fine. It's more, I'm getting annoyed, not because of, like, the spaceflight stuff kind of sucks, dudes. Like, I'm not sure I agree with this architectural, this move. I'm super conflicted, right? Because I do agree that, I'm having trouble collecting my words, Pigeon. That's what's pissing me off. I can't say what I'm trying to say. It's very rare that this happens, but yeah, I'm having trouble putting it into words, and it's kind of pissing me off. Always good to hear you thinking out loud. Like, I'm gonna get this thing into the correct orbit, but I'm looking for 110 on the dot, but this... Of course I'm passionate about space, guys. Yeah, absolutely. That's not why I'm getting annoyed here. I'm getting annoyed because I can't say it right. The truth of the matter is that this could be good, it could be bad. I said on Friday, I think I summarized it pretty damn well on Friday. If NASA wants another option for getting to the moon, it's more about NASA fixing NASA's problems. And it shouldn't be to the detriment of the commercial contracts that are pre-existing. And so I guess I'm super conflicted about this, because it is right. Like, I'm annoyed because they're so damn close. You're so close to getting this right. They're so close. They're so close to getting this right, but it seems like they're letting the usual nonsense kind of drive this decision, right? Sean Duffy's right that if we want to get to the moon expediently, we're not really set up for that. And that's fine. That's okay. And for what it's worth, guys, there's nothing wrong with wanting to go back to the moon by the end of this president's term. I think that is a really good opportunity to get kind of NASA back into the folds of doing crazy things with human, or doing good, like hold stuff with human spaceflight, I do think that's a really good thing to do. Because I've always said that NASA needs parity with commercial. NASA shouldn't rely on commercial. They need parity with commercial. So i.e., if SpaceX can land somebody on the moon, NASA should be able to as well. Anytime you're not doing that, you're opening yourself up to the exact position that we're in right now. All these commercial contracts are awarded under the guise of saving money. And that's only going to get you so far. And when it comes to building a lander, well, a lander's a complicated thing. And I personally didn't like the idea of commercializing the lander in the first place. But yeah, I'm rambling. I'm rambling, dudes. Long story short is it could be good, it could be bad. It really depends. This could be used as an opportunity for NASA to really get back to doing NASA things. And I think that's a good idea. That's a good thing. But if you're not going to address the elephant in the room in that NASA's architecture has way too many stakeholders. There's way too many stakeholders that are involved in NASA's architecture to get back to the moon that aren't NASA. SpaceX, Blue Origin, Boeing. You have all these commercially operated things that aren't necessarily going to get you where you want to go. Like, that's the really important thing to understand. So, and once again, this is why I've always said, I've been saying this for years, dudes. This is why I've always said that NASA needs to do their own thing. NASA needs to be able to do their own thing, because if somebody comes along and realizes a bold thing that NASA needs to do, you have to rethink your entire architecture, because there's so many commercial stakeholders involved, and all that's going to do is just create more nonsense. You're just, because you might have to make a pivot. No commercial contractor is going to give up their NASA contracts, for this type of pivot, unless NASA is doing this stuff commercially in-house, like the Apollo program and the end of the space program, right? This is okay. I guess to collect my thoughts, right? This is the chickens coming to roost, man. This is the repercussions of what I've been saying for 10 years. NASA not having the capability to do stuff themselves is going to shoot them, basically shooting themselves in the foot. And every one of these things that we've done post commercial orbital transport services and commercial crew program, every single one of these commercial things that we've done under the guise of saving money is just political doublespeak for defunding NASA. And the chickens are coming to roost. That NASA has something on the table where they need a political goal, which, and let's be real, now people are gonna be like, oh, NASA's political goal. NASA's a government organization. All right, the Apollo program was political. Let's not kid ourselves here, okay? Another goal for NASA to basically do what NASA does best is very difficult to achieve. Right now, it's very difficult. You have to untangle this whole mess of commercial contracts. The reason why is because we went way too hard into commercial over the last 15 years to try and get everything done. And now that we have an actual scenario where NASA's function as a human spaceflight or outfit for the United States, our national space program, is relevant again, it's going to be very difficult retooling for that. That's the elephant in the room. You want NASA to go back to doing stuff like the 1960s. You're gonna have to untangle a huge mess of commercial contracts. That's the only way to fix this. I'm sorry, it is. To sit here and say that, oh, Blue has a solution, Blue, who's using waterfall testing, is going to somehow pivot to making a more cost-effective lander when they have absolutely zero experience landing anything on the moon. is really, that's really funny to me. That's your expedient solution? That's it. That's it? That's it? That's the solution? That's what you're going to do? Bro, whoever thinks that that's a solution is coping hard copium. All right, 110 by 3, 110 by 3. We're good for payload deploy. Make sure we have battery power on the stage. Do we have battery power on our target vehicle as well? Target vehicle is losing power. That's fine. Let's go ahead and just in case, we will pop the solar panels open so we can get power. And there we go. Nobody has any experience landing on the moon. That's exactly it. And NASA, this is the perfect opportunity for NASA to do what they do best. And sit here and meddle around with commercial contracts to try and get you a more expedient solution and somehow bang the drum of competition is hilarious. You're going to have commercial contractors competing against each other for a NASA contract that's competing against China. That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard in my life. That is needless complexity added into an already architecture that demands expediency. That's just extra steps. No, I have not, cats. Okay. Let's just verify that we have power generation on our target vehicle. This is, you shouldn't, if NASA wants another lander, here, and this is the short story, all right? I'm just gonna, I'll just sum this up this way. If NASA wants an expedient solution, you're going to need to leverage NASA to do NASA things, all right? Like the Apollo program. That had no commercial operation contractors in it. It was all NASA denotes the design. NASA sends it out to contractors. Can you build this? The contractors build it. And then NASA takes hold of it and goes. Doing that is going to require a significant refactoring of NASA's in-house architecture. Namely around SLS, its upper stage, Orion service module. That is the only way to get to the moon expediently. Anything else, saying that Blue is going to get there or SpaceX is going to take too long, is straight copium. That is straight coping. There's no way. Neither one of those architectures are an expedient solution. And let's not beat around the bush and pretend like they are. We're lying to ourselves at that point. Like, that's the truth, dudes. Sorry. People might not want to hear it, but that's the truth. And this isn't a slight against Blue. It's not a slight against SpaceX. It's just saying what's going on. Now, is it possible that commercial contractors could step up their game? Yes, absolutely. That would be SpaceX is already going as fast as they can. I don't know how much faster they can go. And they, by far and away, because of iterative testing, are working the fastest out of anybody. So, what's the deal? Blue is somehow going to pivot to an iterative design with waterfall testing. They're somehow just going to become the hallmark of like getting stuff done expediently for the space program. No, I very, very, very highly doubt that.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Started playing a game called Captain of Industry. Captain of Industry is cool. Hope all is well. Other than that, Gary, yeah, everything is going good. I'm just... Look, man. It's just, yeah, this is just not a smart way to do things. It's not. 110.4. Okay.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Let's just play KSP. I am playing KSP. I'm playing KSP and talking at the same time. Hey, Iron Thomas. Tier 1 3-month resub. Thank you. Appreciate it, buddy. Sorry, guys. Once again, I'm not getting mad because, like, I'm having trouble saying what I want because I got a case of the Mondays. I wasn't expecting to talk about something this crazy today, you know? Okay. Do you ever use math to plan your rendezvous or? No, I don't. Okay, now let's move over to the upper stage. Upper stage does not have power generation on board, so we're gonna have to deorbit this bad boy. Block 2 upper stage is working quite well, though. It's working very good. This is a really awesome little stage. And I like it. I like having the decoupler ring out back with the monoprop tanks. You know, the decoupler ring gives me a position for my aft thrusters, which is good. I did see it, Lumprod. That's neat. All right. Okay. Engine chill down. Stand by for deorbit burn. Block 2 second stage deorbit burn is on time. Passivate the stage. Stage passivation completed. Cool. So long, Mel. Have a good trip. Frick you! I'm gonna launch a crew vehicle to rendezvous with that white stage, Peter. That's what's going on. But I need to... We from the first flight test of the capsule, or the first and second flight tests of the capsule, we've done some refactoring here, and I changed a lot of things around, like monoprop tank design. We're using the lighter monoprop tanks that carry more fuel, as opposed to the straight roundified pressure vessels. We're using these. These are actually super light and they carry more fuel. So this thing has more delta V. I realigned my thrusters to be more in line with the offset center of mass. So my OMAC thrusters here, orbital maneuvering and control thrusters, are slightly offset to the vehicle's horizontal center line. Same with my main propulsion. My translation thrusters are also offset to the center line just a little bit to take into account offset center of mass. And we ended up giving it a little bit more monopropellant. I also added thrusters these thrusters right here are only really used during the capsule deorbiting phase here. For post-SM separation, these capsules are used to align the pod on the proper retrograde trajectory for better re-entry cross range. The other thing that I did was add the docking pedals to the front of this. The capsule now has the docking pedals. Now what we got to do is we got to take this and we got to add it to the Block 2 vehicle, or the Block 1 Octo. I don't think we have, I don't think we're tall enough for the, I don't think my VAB is tall enough to house this, because the fairing, it barely fit the fairing inside of that. So we're going to need to use the Block 1 Octo, which is fine. What I'm going to do here is put nose cones on all the attachment points to make sure that my decoupler attaches structurally to the right piece. There we go. I didn't reroute to the proper part here. We need to separate this, and I need to set the decoupler as our root and align the decoupler. There we go. I want to refactor my capsule integration process. I don't like doing this way. I don't like having to redesign my fairings on the vehicle. We're going to have to come up with an agnostic adapter to the second stage via the top. Similar to my old Freedom 10 design, because I don't like, if I need to attach the capsule, it's going to have to be done this way. I don't like that. I don't like having to redo the fairing to make sure this is right every time I have a change to the capsule. Not really my cup of tea. That's not my style. Because you're not getting the right type of you're not getting it's not the same every time, because you have to custom remake the fairing every time. You know, you never know, you might make it wrong. I want to take the shroud fairing, which we have to make every freaking time to get to integrate the capsule. I want it to be the same every time, and I want it to aerodynamically be the same every time. And yeah, in order to do that, I need to refactor my second stage or my payload attachments mechanisms for block for the Octo vehicle, not the block. It's possible to have engine overclocking via cal toggleable through action groups. Yes. Just enable the cal controller. I don't want to have to do what I just did, remaking that stupid fairing every single time, but... I'm setting my staging here. And engineer, any advice for making better craft in Kerbal? Chaz, the biggest one is make what you want. Make what you want. And I know that very much seems like a vague answer. The truth of the matter is that develop enough of a fundamental understanding of how spaceflight works to be able to implement exactly what you want. Part of the reason why my vehicle designs are so succinct is because I know what I want. I know what I want to make. I know how to make what I want, you know? I knew exactly what my expectations were for my capsule. I knew exactly what I wanted. I knew exactly how much delta V I wanted it to do. I knew exactly that I wanted to be able to do precise rendezvous. So that requires a little more complicated thruster block design. And I knew I wanted it to be in service of cislunar missions and min-miss missions. Right? I knew exactly what I was trying to make. And from there, by establishing exactly what you want the capsule to do. So like, okay, that's a good start. But once again, it's knowing what to make in regards to this. So I want a capsule. Okay, so you need a capsule. How many people do I want my capsule to hold? Okay, I want it to have 3 people. All right, cool. The 1-3 command pod or the pomegranate are your 2 go-tos in this regard. We have those. I like the 1-3 command pod. I think it's because it's bigger, you can do more things with it, and I have more experience with that. So go with what you know, right? Go with what you know. I know how to make a pod out of this thing. Right? Now, I know my pod needs a launch escape system. I do not want a scenario where I could kill Jeb or anything like that, or at least I'm going to minimize that as much as I can. So we need a launch escape system. I need a launch escape system with high TWR that's able to move the capsule away from the Octo 3 vehicles should something go wrong. Pretty straightforward stuff, right? Now, simultaneously, I wanted my service module to have 1,500 meters a second delta V. That is derived from the delta V map in KSP. The capsule could, by itself, could technically get to the moon. This capsule could get you to the moon. Or Minmus, it could get you to either one. And it could get you home. I think that is the ultimate redundancy, and that was derived from the Delta V map. And, you know, okay, what's the worst case scenario with this thing? The worst case scenario is that the capsule gets stranded. It's never going to get stranded if I design the capsule for cislunar operations. So it's really not designed to go any further than Minmus by itself. And as long as I adhere the capsule to that rule, never go past min-miss with the capsule alone, you always will have enough delta V to get home. Does that make sense? That keeps it nice and safe. That avoids the possibility of Kerbals getting stranded somewhere in space. Now on the surface, I don't know. We'll talk more about that later. But I knew exactly what I wanted to make, and I knew exactly how I needed to make it. So if you want a capsule that goes out to cislunar space, all right, you're going to need a capsule that can rendezvous with things. So now you need translation thrusters. It's not just being able to, it's not just about being able to, you know, yaw, pitch, and roll in space. You need to be able to translate. You need what's called 6 DOF, 6 DOF, Delta Oscar Foxtrot. You need 6 degrees of freedom. So we designed our thrusters around having 6 degrees of freedom. Right? Being able to go up, down, forward, back, left, right, yaw, pitch, roll. So my thruster configuration got a little more complicated because of that, but that's what we did. I also have course control thrusters. So we have course and fine control thrusters. The thrusters can be grouped in certain ways to achieve an impulsive thrust depending on the scenario that you need. I have bigger thrusters and I have smaller thrusters, just like real spacecraft. Starliner does something like this. Orion does something like this, albeit not with a bigger thruster. They use clusters on that thing. So instead of having a bigger thruster back here, they have a cluster of smaller thrusters to be able to change the impulse for precise docking and rendezvous capability. I did the same thing. My Octo 3 vehicle is built around being able to get a 6-ton lander to min-miss to leverage science in the early game. Right? So when I went to build the capsule, I built it so it could be easily integrated to this thing. I mean, I have to work on being able to easily integrate it a little bit more. We have to refactor some things, but this design is nice and solid. I know that my capsule is not going to be much more than building a lander with a return vehicle to get to min-miss in terms of delta V, in terms of mass and delta V, right? Right? So it's a very easy sidestep in your engineering architecture to be able to build the vehicle that's designed to shoot a 6-7 ton lander, a 6-7 ton lander out to min-miss with a return vehicle. It's right in line with the delta V needed to be able to put a capsule that's capable of doing the exact same thing up into space, right? I had this systems architecture figured out before I even started. I knew exactly what I want. I knew exactly what I want, how to do it because of my experience in KSP. Right? And I knew exactly how to implement it. Now, that decreases what NASA calls a cone of uncertainty, right? There's a lot of unknown unknowns, right? Or is there? I've reduced a lot of the risk here, right? And then we use the capsule, first of all, right, to go and rescue Kerbals. So I tested the capsule uncrewed, a full end-to-end test, so to speak, right? And then we went up, rescued Kerbals, brought them back down. So that basically validates our entry, descent, and landing, right? The last thing to do is just do a crewed ascent. We've done 3 uncrewed flights with no people on board the Octo vehicle, and it's been able to get it into space every time. That's data, man. 3 is a pattern, right? So any unknown unknowns, I leave to the testing regime. Does that make sense? So you want to make better craft in Kerbal? My one big thing, right? Know what you want. What do you want? What are you trying to make? You know, you don't want to wait in line for food at a restaurant, right? At a fast food joint and then get to the front, right? And be like, hey, what do you want? And go, no. You wait in line, you look at the dang menu, you figure out what you want, and then you order it, right? You don't get to the cash register and be like, I don't really know what I want. I don't know. What do you think? Cashier's gonna look at you like you're nuts. Like, what are you doing? I'll take the Moonlander value meal. Right, yeah. Engineer, what's up? So, Chaz, you want to build a better vehicle? Build exactly what you want, or at least try to. That's a good place to start. In terms of building technique and stuff, you can get that from just watching me put stuff together. Using the rulers to line stuff up really, really, really helps. And I can teach you building tips and tricks, but at the end of the day, it really comes down to beep, beep. It really comes down to you knowing what you want. I could teach you every single one of my building tips and tricks. If you don't know where to employ them, if you don't know where to put them, like how to use them to achieve what you want, to better implement exactly what you need, right? They're not going to mean nothing. You need it really, that's your end of the bargain. I can teach you all the tricks to achieve a certain result. It's up to you to apply those tricks where you see fit, and that comes from you understanding what you want. Does that make sense? You sound like my nephew. Yeah. We did beat the Titans, Hibbit. It was, the first half was a little questionable, but the second half was good. So, once again, I built my vehicle around being able to... I built my launch vehicle, the gray thing right here that you see. I built it around the capability of being able to move a lander all the way out to Minmus and a return vehicle for science. That was a good place to start. I used that vehicle to generate enough science to be able to build a capsule. Okay? And I built my capsule pretty much in line with mass-wise with the lander. So I knew that my launch vehicle would be able to put the capsule into space, no problem. My capsule has enough delta V to be able to do what the lander can do simultaneously. So as long as my capsule never goes outside of Minmus's SOI, it never goes outside of Kerbin's SOI, excuse me. I know I'll always have enough delta V to get home. So we're not stranding any Kerbals unless it's with a lander and I screw up a landing, which is highly unlikely. I'm not saying that because I'm overconfident. I'm saying that because I know what I'm doing. And I'm confident enough to say that if I have tested a capsule sufficiently, then I should have no problems landing. Does that make sense, dude? Sorry, that was a little bit of a long-winded and partially redundant response, but... But yeah, first step to you wanting to build a better Kerbal vehicle, what are you trying to make? What are you trying to make? How does it get there? Those are questions that need to be answered. Stockton Rush also knew what he was doing. What? No. Notice the air quotes. The air quotes don't... What is the purpose of that statement, Black Eagle? Why would... What is the purpose to say that? I don't understand. What is the purpose of this statement? He did not know what he was doing. And even so, why even bring him into this? He objectively did not do any of the things that I just said. His cone of uncertainty was wider than the damn Grand Canyon. He left an insane amount of unknown unknowns in his vehicle testing, so much so that mechanical engineers actually left the company because they were worried that someone was going to get killed. He did not know what he was doing. Why add this statement to this conversation? I don't understand. What? A lot of people have said they know what they're doing, but then disaster struck. That is not... I don't... What does that have to do with the conversation? Black, this is where I'm getting confused. Yeah, I know. That was the point of this conversation. Know exactly what you want and understand and be able to implement where you need to. The Ocean Gate didn't do any of that. All you're saying is the more confident that they are, the harder they fail at some point. I understand what you're saying, man. I get it. I understand what you're saying. That's not relevant to conversation. Never mind. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, that's true. And that's why understanding what you need to do and why you're trying to do it is so damn important. That's really, really, really important to understand what you're doing. Not only understand what you're doing, but make sure you reduce your unknown unknowns as much as possible. There are several case circumstances over, you know, over the last like 50 years where people did not do that. But that's like, but dude, understand that where I'm getting confused is I'm not sure what that adds to the conversation. Bringing up that guy, like that is it. That other than being an example of doing the opposite of what I just said. Yeah, Roxic. Yeah, exactly. Roxic, and you know why such a hard topic for this game, for a game? Okay, so first of all, I get paid to play KSP. I take it very seriously, and I use it to demonstrate engineering concepts. One of them is knowing what you want. That's really important. That's like, I know that sounds ridiculous, right? But something as simple as defining what you want and how you want to make it is very, very important. Those are called stakeholder expectations. In shuttle engineering, right? I seen MIT's open course about shuttle systems engineering. I don't think the shuttle systems engineering was necessarily wrong. I think the shuttle is a great design. However, the shuttle programmatically failed because they had this vehicle that could do all these things, but they never designed any missions for all the things that you could do with it. You made a Swiss Army knife, right, when you needed a screwdriver. Does a Swiss Army knife have a screwdriver? Yes, absolutely. Will it be as good of a screwdriver as if you just have a dedicated screwdriver? Well, objectively, no. A screwdriver, you put the screwdriver in your hand and you tighten a screw. The Swiss Army knife, you get the Swiss Army knife in your hand, you have to open up the damn screwdriver and then you have to twist the damn screwdriver. You're adding steps. You're adding things in the way between you getting what you want. But yeah, that's, you were just saying, yeah, okay, Black, I understand. You're just saying it's a matter of factly. I understand. It's just, yeah, first of all, don't bring up that clown in here. That guy, Ocean Gate systems engineering is a slap in the face to people to anybody that actually cares about systems engineering. Also, it's Monday and I'm a little, you know. Sorry about that. But also, yeah, don't bring that up in here. Like that, you know, and I don't like talking about the dead in retrospect like this, but Ocean Gate as a company failed programmatically in their systems engineering method. So much to the point people left because the CEO was very cavalier about safety and he paid for it. You don't screw around with physics, man. Don't screw around with it. Physics will come back to bite you if you don't understand what you're doing. And it's very much so the case in KSP. We keeping shoots on the first stage. Pigzig, this is the older block design. This is the Block 1 design. I'm sticking with this because my launch abort system is too big for the Block 2 design. We have to upgrade the VAB, so I integrated it to a Block 1 vehicle on purpose. The Block 1 vehicles still have the parachute landing. We'll stick to uncrewed stuff because I'm not taking my launch escape system off just so the rocket can fit outside the VAB. We'll use the smaller design. We'll use with what we know works, right? Well, now you're kind of getting into territory where I'd argue Elon in full self. Who the frick is talking about Elon, King? What are you talking about? Self-driving? I'm crashing out, man. I don't get it. What are you talking about? Freaking crashing out today, dude. It's so bad. So bad. What are you talking about? Like, what it does? I'll be right back. I needed some fresh air. I'm good. Okay. We gonna get Jeb, Bill, and Bob their stars, huh? All right. So, let's discuss this. I'm gonna be hand flying this vehicle into space. I'm a little bit worried because there's a couple of outstanding things that I'm kind of like, they're still in the unknown unknowns here, guys, but I'm not going to say that I don't think it's going to be an issue, but there are some things that we could basically make sure that everything is working correctly a little bit better if we're thinking about this. So, one thing, I had to remake the crew fairing, and it's built basically in the same way that I launched the last capsule, but it's not exactly the same. It's not the exact same thing, so there's no guarantee here that it's going to fly a similar way. It should be fine. If we really wanted to be absolutely sure, we'd do an uncrewed test flight and docking with this before we put Jeb, Bill, and Bob on it, just to make sure that the vehicle is working correctly. Because I did change a couple of things. We changed things. We changed the fairing, the aft fairing, and this is what I mean about being able to integrate this better. Every time I need to put the capsule on top of this vehicle, if I change something with it, right, we're gonna have to rebuild this bottom part of the fairing, and I don't really like doing that because Kerbal fairings are kind of finicky. I don't really like changing them because they can screw things up. Dude, I can't focus today. This is so stupid. I'm starting to get annoyed because I can't focus. I'm like, come on, dial in. Let's go. Okay, so let's discuss flight regime. Like I said, I did change the fairing. I would probably want to test this capsule in another uncrewed fashion. So we could send the capsule up and dock it to the target vehicle without Kerbals. I'm starting to think, guys, that that's probably a better solution here. Just to make sure that everything is working correctly with the vehicle in its design. I didn't change much, right? I didn't change much, but I would prefer to do an uncrewed mission just because we did change the capsule. That's the truth. I think we're gonna do that. Do a hat switch to refocus. What, you don't like my Ford hat? Can you add in any rescue missions as you already know re-entry is fine? Dan's fine, Brandon. He's doing just fine. Yeah, he's fine, dude. I don't know. I know what happened. It's not that big of a deal, but I don't know if they want. I don't know if I don't know if Dan wants that information out there. So he's fine, dude. He's totally okay. By the way, are you gathering logs of flights and checks, flight profile of every launch to see if the influence changes into different parts of the flight? Not really, Roxic. I'm just kind of going off, this configuration worked previously. In real space flight, that's a really dumb thing to do. You should be processing data and telemetry after every flight. In Kerbal, you don't need to do that. Like, I don't need to worry about my engines malfunctioning. I don't need to worry about an engine shutting off too early or something unless I do it, in which case that's a guidance system problem. Like, from a hardware standpoint, like, I don't need to worry about, like, my launch escape system not firing. If I trigger the LES, it's gonna go. There's no way it's not going. So it's not, in Kerbal, like in just regular career mode, you don't really need to collect the data that way. It's just, did it work last time? If it's the same craft file, it should work the same this time. I am the avionics suite for this craft, Bone Sister, and I'm a pretty good flight computer, man. Self-correcting relative navigation system. Pretty good at it. All right, Black Eagle. Gotta head out right now because I have to go in at least an hour. Train ride, and I already dreaded it. Why? Trains are cool, man. The other thing is that I'm in a pissy mood, and I apologize for being in a pissy mood. I'm gonna make a mistake if I'm in a pissy mood. I need to get in a not pissy mood. Not you, King.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
I hate Mondays. Alright, let's go. You still have that soft creature that makes noise. Titan's down in the house, though, guys. I work in a barn that's not near my house. It's at the very back of the property in the woods, dude. Take a little bit of time to go all the way down there. But yes, I still have Titan. Titan's awesome. This is about Drake May and the Patriots winning yesterday. Zen thoughts. I'm really happy that Drake May is doing fine, Curson. It's pretty awesome, actually. But it's very important that the Patriots stay hungry and not get comfortable. Just because they're playing now doesn't mean they're going to be playing well in 10 weeks. We have a very, very easy schedule. Most of the teams, every team left on our schedule has 1 to 2 wins or no wins at all. These teams should be pretty easy to beat. With that all being said, I don't want us coasting through a season like this. We should win every game from here on out. Win every game by 50 points. I'm worried that the Patriots are going to get too full of themselves because they're playing a bunch of crappy teams. We have a very easy schedule because last year we were 4-12. Thoughts on the Jays in Game 7? I don't know. I didn't watch the game, dude. That's cool that a Game 7 is forced, but yeah. The Mariners came out swinging a lot more than I thought they did. If they played like this against Detroit, they would have trounced them, like, badly. Instead of getting into a 15 pitching fest, but... You guys are up in the NFL and riding high. That's what I'm afraid of. We need to stay hungry. We need to beat the snot out of every single team that we play. Because we're going to play against all these teams, and if we just get these 28-17 wins, 1 touchdown victories, we will get railed in the playoffs by a good team. By the Chiefs, by the Colts. I don't trust it. And I really hope they don't get too full of themselves, because if they get too full of themselves, we're going to have a problem. Do you hunt? No. No, I'm a city slicker, binary. I didn't really grow up in the woods. All right. I'm going to do an uncrewed flight, guys. We'll do an uncrewed flight and rendezvous with the target vehicle. I don't trust this configuration, especially since I've redone a fairing to work correctly to put humans on for the first time. I don't trust my guidance systems. What is this mission for? Final shakedown of my capsule and its design changes to make sure that it's ready for human spaceflight. Or Kerbal spaceflight, manned spaceflight, crewed spaceflight. Gold jacket, green jacket, call it whatever you want. I don't care. How was my weekend? Busy. We need to wait until our target vehicle. Canis Major target vehicle. It's our best friend. Gotta wait a second till it gets overhead. All right, so let's discuss flight profile in the meantime. At liftoff, we have the mode 1. Let's make sure our action groups for the launch escape system are primed. Yes, they are. 4, 5, 6. Cool. We'll safe out these action systems after circularization, or not circularization, after SPS 1. So at liftoff, we have mode 1, basically capsule separation, parachute down, right up through max Q into staging. Vehicle should be pretty much 85 degrees at about 9,000 meters, give or take. Basically slightly tip over below 10. From 10,000 to 25,000 meters, we should pitch over to a 45. 45 at 25 is usually the right way to go in preparation for staging. Staging velocity should be between 900 and 1,000 meters a second. And there we ride the Block 1 second stage all the way up into space. Block 1 second stage, I'm looking for a 100 kilometer by 100 by 20 insertion for the second stage. Post second stage separation, we jettison our launch escape system first. Right? And then jettison the fairing shroud. With the second stage doing a 100 by 20 insertion. With the second stage doing a 100 by 20 insertion, we separate SPS and do SPS 1 at apogee, which is at around 100. And then we circularize at 100, and then we assess relative position of the target vehicle from there. Cool. Target vehicle's in phase. Okay, we're good to go. T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ignition and liftoff. Got a liftoff of the Octo 3 Block 1 vehicle, carrying our crewed prototype capsule, revision 2, for target vehicle docking in space. Okay, vehicle's completed the roll program. We are pitching down range. '85 locked in on pitch. Everything's looking good. It's possible, Brendan. Yeah, we could. I never really designed that to do that, but... Okay, we have max Q. Vehicle is supersonic. Past 10, pitching over to 45. Okay, stand by for main engine cutoff. MECO confirmed. Stage separation. Upper stage ignition. Good. Upper stage ignition was on time. Stand by for launch escape system jettison. LES jettison confirmed. Shroud. Shroud staging on time. Everything's working just fine. Yep, we got good stage performance all around. First stage is at apogee. Yeah, everything's working really well. See, we probably could have launched people on this. However, there's always that uncertainty. You know what I mean? After this flight, yes, it did cost me a little bit of money to launch it, but now I know for sure. Now I'm absolutely sure that we could put people on this, and provided I don't screw up, we'll be totally okay. 1900 meters a second. We're almost there. Stand by for Seco. 97 by 23. We're pretty close to nominal orbit insertion. Okay, stand by for capsule separation. We got capsule separation confirmed. Okay, switch back to the first stage. Yeah, we were aiming for 100 by 20. We got 97 by 23, which is pretty good. That's fine. Not bad for a guidance system from 1988. Parachute on. $1988, you old fart. Heritage. That's Heritage fart. Thank you very much. Buxo, you got a year on me? Nice. Drogue briefing. Main chutes. There you go, Branster. Hell yeah. Good splashdown on the first stage. Click the wrong button. Yeah, Rares, everything is good. Kirsten, by the way, long-time lurker, sometimes chatter here. Twitch be lagging a lot these days. This is why I'm here. It was great to see you back playing KSP. Kirsten, did you have Dax at the end of your name back in the day? Kirsten Dax? Are you that Kirsten, or is it another Kirsten? Have you made a recovery vessel for these? No. Could I make one? Sure. Yeah, David, of course I could do that. I've had past saves where I've done that. For like my first 3 months on Twitch. And yeah, it was probably me. I've been watching for years. Good to know. Okay. 98 by 26. We need to circularize. Prime the service propulsion system. Start enabling thrusters. Actually, you know what? We really just gotta fire it. Come on, baby. Stay with me. 99 by 88. I'll take it. All right, cool. All right, let's go. Anyway, Kirsten, yeah, man, I hear you. Yeah, Twitch has been weird lately, dude. I'm not sure what's going on. I'll bet you it's because it's using AWS as a backbone. And AWS is not happy right now. Okay. Capsule RCS. No, I don't want to action group this, fellas. I know someone's thinking it. I'd rather just have a manual check on every thruster, just to be absolutely sure. Could that be automated via code? Yeah, absolutely. Okay. Deploy the solar panels. Solars are online. What is my favorite car brand? Okay, we have to do an SPS firing to adjust. We're slightly off inclination here. Move to SPS 2. Inclination is matched. That one should not be firing from that. We still had some actuation toggles with our thrusters that aren't working exactly how we want. And those thrusters were enabled in the default config, which I did not want them to be. Alright, that's something to change when we get back down on the next flight. That's not going to require a design change, that's just a mission parameter change, so it's not that big of a deal. Capsule is performing fine. All right, let's try to null the rates out. Okay, rates are nulled out. CMTV target vehicle. 88 by what? 99. Okay, so let's just use this time here to get Good. Hey, Mac, what's going on? Your favorite car brand is Porsche. That's nice, Pigeon. Cool. Damn, nice capsule. Thanks, man. Let's get us to 100 circ and then go from there. Thanks, David. I appreciate it, man. I put a lot of time and effort. The point of doing this, though, isn't to build, like, make a better craft than everybody else. I want to show you what good, well-thought-out systems engineering looks like. I understand that real spacecraft are a little more complicated than this. I'm not ignorant to that fact. However, the mentality remains the same. If you want to build something, if you want to build a spaceship, if anybody here is younger and wants to be an aerospace engineer, figuring out what you need to make and building it exactly to a T is a lot more difficult than you might think. I'm just showing you the or the concept of operations and then implementation from there. And the execution should be about the same. Like, I want a craft that does this, I make a craft that does this, barring some minimal... We missed a set of thrusters to enable. Did you work on your car over the weekend? Yes. I did some work late last night. Like, I built this capsule and we did a pretty robust testing regime that didn't really cost that much, and you know, after a couple of test flights it basically did exactly what I wanted it to do. And we're doing that while managing contracts and building out science. This is how the real stuff gets made this way, guys, and that's important to understand if you're younger. You have to have kind of a mastery of subject matter to really implement truly what you want. If there's something that needs to be learned, right, that favors iterative. But I've built iterative design, so send it and see what happens. But I've built so many damn pods at this point. There's really, I don't need to do that. Like, really don't. Fusion's transmission is doing fine. I fixed the cooler line and it works. So, like, I don't build this to show you, like, look at how awesome of a ship we made. Look at how good of a Kerbal player I am. I've built this to show you guys what it takes to build something like this. I really am trying to teach how this all goes together. And that's what, hence me just saying, like, this is what you need to do. You know, you really got to understand what you're trying to make before you go and make it. That's really important. So right now, our argument of perigee is pretty much almost exactly the same as the target vehicle, which is good. Notice the AP and the PEs are very, very close to each other. We have the exact same longitude of ascending node because inclination, ascending and descending node are both reading 0. And we are circularized. Our orbit does not have much eccentricity here. This should make it very easy to get into the right orbit. Okay. Capsule's doing its thing. Everything is good. So we have the Canis Major. We named the target vehicle Canis Major because it's our best friend. We gotta dock with our best friend. So this should not be a high delta V burn to get a rendezvous. It's just probably going to take a couple of orbits to get up there, catch up to the thing. Okay, I have the right delta V inputted, but we have the wrong phasing. The idea here is we took a long time to set up our orbit and make the orbit right. This should make it much easier to get a very precise low delta V transfer, i.e. 8 meters a second to do the initial maneuver, 8 meters a second to circularize. That's very, 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 very efficient. Very good. What type of music is this? This is my background music. This is done by Suno. It is AI music, and I fully acknowledge the implications of that. But yeah, it is good background music, and it doesn't get flagged on YouTube. Shouldn't it be named Jack? Nice. Hey, Skeleton, what's up? It's Airborne Juggy from Twitch. Oh, okay, David, I got you. Hey, Matt. Vehicle's going good, man. No, I don't think so, O-Force. And I see your last. What's up, Pigeon? I was wondering if a rocket launch is dangerous for the environment. Rockets do pollute, Pigeon, but if you're worried about pollution, rockets probably aren't the thing to go barking up the tree for. They do pollute. Anything pollutes. You pollute. It's just that there are things that pollute more. Like way more than rockets, dude. Rockets are a drop in the bucket comparatively. I got gas. Lots of gas. Yep. Okay, there are some people out there that just want to know how to put stuff, how you want to rendezvous things, okay? So, you know, I've talked about how our argument of perigees are coplanar. I've talked about how we're both, you know, the target vehicle and us are both circularized. The target vehicle's in a 10-kilometer higher orbit that's completely circular, right? We've talked about all the orbital mechanic things. You want to hear a cheap and dirty trick? Cheap and dirty way of getting these things to dock to each other? Look at your spacecraft. All right, and look at the thing you're trying to rendezvous to. A very, very, very cheap line of sight way of getting these two things to dock together is you take the distance that they are. So that this would be the distance in semi-major axis, or just look at the distance in altitude, times it by 2, and the distance times the distance in altitude backwards is where you need to be. So 1 step down, 2 steps over. Find that spot. Burn prograde from there, you'll always rendezvous, or at least get very close. Why is Kerbal Space Program 2 still on Steam for sale? Because people suck, dude. I don't know. Why are you asking me? Okay, SPS 3. Good. Got a good burn. Use our fine control RCS to finish off the rest of it. Good. We got a good rendezvous. What's the mission? Hey, PH. I'm just doing a final uncrewed test of my capsule to dock with my target vehicle, the CMTV, Canada's major target vehicle. Which we launched on Friday, and we're going to get ourselves a good rendezvous here. And we're going to just make sure that our docking mechanism works correctly. .650 meters to target. Close speed is 6 meters a second. 5 meters a second at 530. Did solar panel arms suffer from acceleration? No, not in this. But we could put them on springs to make them spring around when we accelerate, dude, if you really wanted to. Like Orion, we could do that. Okay, inside of 400. So far, Capsule's handling very good. 2.5 for 200. We're going to stay here for a second. Callouts are you giving towards maneuvers? Distance to target, relative velocity to target. We are at a close. We have our nav ball is set to target right now. If you can tell because it says target on it. So if you look at the nav ball, our posigrade indicator, our prograde indicator is set to the target indicator, meaning we're going towards the target at 2.5 meters a second. 2.5 meters a second. We are 154 in closing to target. Right, meaning I'm going towards it, and the difference in our velocity is 2.5 meters a second. Because there's a difference in our velocity, I'm moving towards the target vehicle. We're gonna initiate more deceleration here. 100 meters out, 2 meters a second differential velocity. .5 at 80 meters out. We got an orbital sunrise behind us. Solar panels are picking up charge. .1 meter a second differential velocity. We are 50 meters to target. We are going to hold at 20 meters. Target vehicles coming into view. 30 meters out, 0.5 meter a second. .3 meters a second. That's only unique to the ISS. That would be a good doctrine to use, Eutychus, docking two things. 0.2 meters a second, 22.5 meters out. .20 meters out, target differential velocity is 0.0 meters a second. We are station keeping. Don't get better than that. Okay, so now what we're going to do is we're going to line the vehicle. We're going to align the vehicle with target vehicle. That will involve a translation maneuver here. We are moving downwards relative to the vehicle at 0.2 meters a second. We're going to initiate a rotate on the vehicle, rotational pitch rate, or alignment. I didn't want to put crew on this one because I redesigned the capsule. I just want to make sure that this thing works exactly as I wanted to before I put the orange suits on it, guys. Removing the pitch rate here. Okay. After rotation maneuver, we are 10 meters to target. Still station keeping. Not particularly aligned here, so need to introduce slight translation right here. The vehicle is lined up with the north. See the red north line on the nav ball? It is lined up with that, so we can use that to make sure that if our target indicator is on the red, we're on the red. That means we are aligned. You did impart a slight roll on the vehicle here. Okay, we're 8.5 in closing. We are aligned. We're not aligned, hold on. We had a yaw rate that we have to even out. Okay, yaw rates are evened. Roll rates are even. Okay. We are good to initiate final docking sequence here. Move toward the target. 10 centimeters a second. I see it, Pigeon. We're moving at 10 centimeters a second. We are 5 meters to target. Hoping for a good alignment. Three meters. Slowing down to 5 centimeters a second. .6, 2.5. Too high. Slow down. We have magnetization, soft capture. Chop. Chop indicates crew hands-off position. Soft capture confirmed. Shutting out stage monopropellant systems for the time being. Actually, those docking pedals worked very, very well. That really, really, really aligned us, guys. That was actually super. Those things work really well. I'm actually pretty damn impressed. Look at that. Look at the alignment. That's, dude, why didn't we think of this before? Holy crap, it's so good. Those panels are flag, yeah, the panel texture is the flag pack, but these are flags being set with the panel function. See how they're slightly candid out? That makes it so they have to crisscross for the docking ports to align. And dude, it is superbly aligned. That's really, really good. I'm very, very happy with that. Yeah, everything worked good, Rarest. Yep, the pedals absolutely worked. We're a teeny weeny bit off, just a smidge. Like maybe a couple of degrees out. You could tell from the spacing on these things. But, like, see how those ones are super close and those ones aren't? We can dial this mechanism in. That was pretty damn good for a first attempt. Spacecraft is operating perfectly. We got a good dock, dudes. Look at that. Could you make an ISS in KSP? I have many times, Pigeon, yeah. Now, the real question is, will this stand up to the structure? I think it's possible. Well, Brandon, I think that's the next step, don't you think? And this is the part of the mission that I didn't tell you guys about, that I thought you would appreciate. Send this to the moon. Shut down the SPS. And we'll have our target vehicle go ahead and maneuver us around. Thruster shutout. I don't need the capsule losing any more RCS than what we've already got. I eventually will make some type of action group to make sure that this is okay. That actually reminds me, speaking of AGs, unbind the abort system. There's no need for translation thrusters in this design, guys. So, because this is not docking to anything. So I did shut out the stage RCS, but I don't want that because the stage is going to be doing the most of our propulsion. So we will re-enable Canis target. Canis target vehicle RCS is coming back online. This is the other reason why I wanted to do this uncrewed, so we could get a good concept of operations, or what's called conops for our design. Re-enabling the monopropellant systems on board. Okay, now what we need to do is our monoprop tanks on the capsule. We should close them out. There should be 12 of them. Yep, 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 yep. Okay, all tanks on the capsule are cleared. Nice job with the Domino's pizza delivery. Oh, thank you. I delivered pizzas in a past life, dude. Is the ground texture weird if you're looking slightly backwards? Maybe. Okay, let's turn on our reaction control systems. Oh, I also got to disable the capsule's RCS too. This is why I said a little while back I want to action group thruster control on this individually of primary RCS control for docking with other vehicles. That pretty much sealed the deal on that one. Okay. Vehicle's performing just fine. The ground texture is slightly weird if you look backwards. Yeah, that's normal, dudes. That's just Kerbal. What's the word? Rasterizing the textures? No, rasterizing is not. I forget, dude. I don't know. That's normal. That happens, Wartaz. Good eye, though. Do I have outage motors? I mean, do I have outage motors? We have RCS. Of course we have outage motors. We can settle propellants. Not that you need to in KSP, but I'm gonna. But I'm gonna. All right, guys, so what we're going to do is we're going to initiate a free return with the target vehicle here. Free return is going to basically put us in a type of lunar orbit that is going to use the moon. It's a retrograde orbit, a retrograde escape velocity trajectory around the moon. What it's going to do is get us with a proper ejection angle to be able to go to the moon, fly by the moon, and return back to Kerbal in one shot. With basically just by doing one burn. Need to make sure that we have a retrograde insertion. Is. And by then, our target vehicle should have not a lot of Delta V left over. We have 1,000 meters a second on the target vehicle, right? Yep, 1,000 meters a second on the target vehicle. And I will put this into a type of disposal trajectory post-free return, so the vehicle will re-enter. What does this left and right button do? It changes the phase of the orbit. It moves it forward and back on the orbital path, dude. Superbly useful. Thank you, Pigeon. Okay. Capsule and stage are in phase and ready for rendezvous. We should put the hinges on the solar panels to make the solar panels wave during engine firing. Just like what happens with Orion. Maybe we'll wait till we get better solar panels, dudes. Who knows? Okay, so this is a 3-minute, 35-second burn. The transfer stage is going to push us, but it's not going to push us very far. We don't have high thrust to weight here, because we're pushing a lot of mass. 0.35 TWR. So we got a 3-minute and 35-second burn. Let's cut that in half to 1 minute 45 seconds, give or take. So we're going to initiate our burn in about 15 seconds. Nah, I don't think I deserve it today, Pigeon. I've cursed out a couple of viewers today. I don't think I deserve the cool streamer award. Okay. We are go for trans-lunar injection. Yeah, that's what I was worried about. Where's the sound? Oh.
Discovery, go at throttle.
Realistic. GH420, here's your reward. Thank you. I did see some spronginess here that I wasn't too happy with. But I think that might be because the ports aren't auto-strutted. Hey, Jason. It's been a while since I played KSP. Are either the DLCs recommended before you start a new run? You don't need the DLCs to enjoy Kerbal, but they sure do offer a lot of more creativity with your mission designs. I would recommend them, Jason. Yeah, do that. You have some graves? Hell no, I don't give myself an inch, dude. I don't do that. With me, dude, I gotta stay hungry. I gotta stay hungry. I always gotta strive to do better. If I get complacent, believe me, you'll know. I can't be like that. I gotta keep working. I gotta keep working. I gotta always identify ways to improve, always ways to get better. If I don't, I'll just convince myself that being mediocre is okay, and I'm not cool with that. That's not to say that everybody should be this hungry. This is what works for me, dudes. If you want to toot your own horn, beep beep, baby. I'm sure there's a mod out there, Airborne, that'll do it. What's with KSP and the sound of music bugging out at times? Mods are making it bug out, believe it or not. You're doing great, Transfer Stage. Good, that wasn't downplaying. Just saying you're human and stable like the rest of us. Yeah, I got you, man. I got you. I got you. I understand. Thank you. Thank you for the kind words, man. I also don't take compliments very well. I don't know if you noticed. I don't do that very well. Even now, dude. Okay. Almost done with the burn. Good. We have engine cutoff. Pretty solid, guys. There is some scrunching there, but that's okay. So you're saying indecision may not be your problem. Oh, wait, that's my problem. Yeah, no, indecision. All right. Cool. We have a free return trajectory dialed in. We can jettison the transfer vehicle now. Unless we want the capsule to do our circularization work here. Well, no, we're not going to the moon. We're just doing a flyby. If we grandparent strut up the docking port on either side and make like a buffer plate to have grandparent strutting across the board here, this thing gets absurdly strong. There's minimal deflection with the port. Not to say that we shouldn't probably figure out a better way to get this like nice and strong, but yeah, it's not bad, dudes. It's really good. It's amazing to me that free return takes more delta V compared to a gravity assistant to escape velocity slingshot. Mm-hmm. No, there are other ways. Same vehicle collision. Same vessel collision will do it. Also, the flags weren't grandparent strutted. Yeah, that's good. Okay. Okay. We are good for separation here from the target vehicle. Target vehicle separation confirmed. Trajectory is good. Switching back over to the capsule. Going around the horn, re-enabling all of our reaction control systems. This is why I wanted to put this on an action group. But it's all right. Like I said, I'd prefer to do it this way. That way I know for sure. Is it a little tedious? Sure. I would rather be precise. Okay. Repressurizing our hypergolic systems. Hypergols 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Cool. Okay, good. Capsule boost. Moving away from the target vehicle. Thank you, Canis. Okay, cool. Reorienting the capsule for surface propulsion system firing. We're just going to do a little bit of a course correction here. Capsule on board Delta V is reading 1.45 kilometers a second. That's pretty much in line with what I wanted. Trey, your school is paralyzed because of the Amazon Web Services outage. All food places are out. Can't even buy stuff. All education platforms are also dead. Because of this, I'm here. What's going on today? I'm just doing a final shakedown of my capsule with the target, working with the target vehicle and this new docking system that we kind of figured out. We rendezvoused with the target vehicle on time. Everything was good. And now I'm looking to do a course correction here on the way out to the moon. The AWS outage is crazy. All eggs in one cloudy basket. Okay. Stand by for course correction. Reboost 1. No, that's not free return. Hold on. I screwed up. Give me one moment. Yeah, I burned in the wrong direction. Oops, course correction 2, but because we have the margins, I took that into account already. Like I said, giving the capsule about 1,500 meters a second delta V with our service module makes it so even in a screw up scenario like this, really not a big deal. We can compensate, it's not a problem. Hey Pace, what's going on? Course correction 2, now with even more course correction. Are you going to collect any science on this lunar flyby? I hadn't planned on it, Brandon. This is more about getting the, this is more about getting this thing up to snuff. Hey Naslik, I'm fine. How are you? I'm not fine. I'm actually having a pretty crappy Monday, but it's okay. Okay. SPS course correction 2. Hey Ben, hope all is well? Yeah, everything's fine. Do you think an ion engine technology will mature enough to replace traditional vacuum engines on manned missions? I think they're fascinating. We need to scale up power generation still, Bolt, if we're going to do something like that. I wouldn't necessarily have a problem with it, but yeah, ion engines could be useful. But we need like ion engines coupled to like a nuclear reactor or something. Something that's going to be able to generate enough electricity to be able to have give the ion thruster more thrust than a freaking desk fan. Like a mini reactor or something. Yes, precisely. I know you probably heard this a lot of times, but what is better in your opinion and why? KSP 1 or 2? What game am I playing right now, Damnedy? That should answer all your questions. KSP 2 is a steaming pile of Sith. Sith, not the other word. It's an uncompleted game that's still for sale for full price, and it's abandonware. I mean, to be fair, so is KSP 1, but KSP is feature complete. Sorry to hear that. Hope the rest of the day goes better. Yeah, I'll be all right, dude. I'll be all right. I got Kerbal, and I got you guys, so we good. Gonna go to Chachi's, get some coffee. Okay, Coast out to the moon is working, going very well. Yeah, I didn't put any science equipment on here. I probably should have, but any science equipment we would have already gotten, dudes. What do you mean it's not the full version yet? DMD, KSP 2 entered early access, promising that if you basically pay a full price for a game, you'll eventually get the full game. And then they canceled the project. Take-Two got rid of it. So it was abandoned probably maybe about a third of the way through development. So a lot of people paid full price for a third of a game on the promise that the game would be delivered, and it never got delivered. Do not buy it. You're wasting your money. And that's not my opinion. That is a fact. And it's still on sale. Yeah, whoever has the intellectual property to KSP has the audacity to still put it on sale. Hey, Gringo. Assume you heard of KSA. I'm working on KSA. I'm a consultant for that game. I helped facilitate that project. All right. Comm systems working great. Ground tracking stations are working fantastic. Yeah, baby. We have entered lunar SOI. Yes, Pigeon. I played Kerbal Space Program 2 from the time it came out in February of what? What was it? February of 2023, pretty much till June of 2023. I couldn't do it anymore, man. It's just there's not enough content. There's not enough there wasn't enough things to do in the game. And the things that they were able to do in the game were just buggy and terrible. We have a good signal through Naboo, DSN Naboo, bouncing off L1 Polar. We're not bouncing off Tidris. Okay, we're going to be going into a signal blackout here momentarily as we traverse the backside of the moon. Enjoy the view, dudes. Stand by for loss of signal. Momentarily. If you want to, Roxic. What's the video? There's plenty of good videos about orbital mechanics, but I gotta be careful about what I show and not show on stream because YouTube will flag it. Maddie, can I help you wrap your head around this new temporary moon? It's a comet, dude. It's a comet that's not in a stable orbit. That's all. How are we still getting a signal here? Oh, we're able to get up. Oh, nope, we lost it temporarily, but we can get a signal through Tidris here. Pretty good. Good. Excellent. Yeah, it's weak, but it's there. That's good to know. Feels like you have to have this conversation once a week. What if you make a YouTube short explaining in short why you dislike the game? Because I'd prefer to just tell people and be honest with them, and I prefer one-on-one viewer interaction. I.e., believe it or not, X-Wing, as repetitive as this is, as repetitive as this is still the quickest way to address this issue. And I don't want to come off as disingenuous just linking people to the YouTube video. I'd rather have a conversation about it, even though I don't really want to talk about it. I think that's easier. I don't know. Maybe I'm just lazy. You know what I'm saying? Maybe I'm just lazy, dude.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Looking good as we pass the moon here. Kind 5-month resub, thank you. Yeah, we should get a full signal here. Direct line of sight to KSC, perfect. So is the connectivity better than you thought? Yeah, a little bit, but not much. I pretty much got it spot on. I really didn't want to be able to communicate through Tidris through here, and we did have a loss of signal on the close side of the moon. Keep in mind, Brendan, that if we're in a lower orbit, we will get that loss of signal as anticipated, which is what I'm aiming for. The fact that the capsule bounced off Tidris, which is not generally, that's really not what I was aiming for, but it's fine. Oh, lunar eclipse. It's called simply AEE 462. Cool. I got it, man. Yeah, I'll check it out. Okay, we are exiting the moon's sphere of influence here. You have a list of mods you use. Yeah, man. There you go. Okay, out of lunar SOI, everything's looking good. Just shoring up my inclination with the RCS here. Argument of perigee. Yep. The argument of perigee is 0 with this type of orbit, which is pretty good. Well, close enough. Okay, we're gonna coast back, and we will fire. We have the Delta V here with our surface propulsion system to do a circularization, a recirc around Kerbal, around Kerbin. Now, what I'm going to do here is, let's take a look. The maneuver is in 4 hours and 51 minutes. We can use this as an opportunity to make sure we can do precise re-entries and landings from the moon, so we wouldn't need to necessarily do a circularization. On this free return, though, the way it kind of came out here is, it looks like if we're about 5 hours out, that KSC is going to be over here. It's going to be on the far side of the planet, which it's going to be on the far side when we get near here for circularization. So, I mean, this is a free return. But had we captured the moon and came back, oh, there's KSC right there. This is coming down on the far side of the planet. Kerbal's going to do KSC is going to do basically one revolution. It's going to be over here somewhere when we get back down. But we're doing a circularization, so it's not that big of a deal. What I really want to get right is basically, see that ocean right there? I want to get the capsule landing in that ocean almost every time. Circularization makes that easier. But there are scenarios, depending on the mission style that we're doing, where we might not have the Delta V for recircularization. It costs about 850 to recircularize coming back from the moon, as you can see. Can you show your science? 90 science right now. Oh, world's first. We started constructing the first station around Kerbin. Not really, but we performed a docking maneuver. We got the vessel handshake. Oh, nice. Super good, actually. EJ logos. All right, here we go. We're coming back. Do you want to put communication satellites around the moon so you don't have a blackout, or does it not matter? The moon is tidally locked. Per our architecture, I really don't think it's going to make that big of a difference, Brendan. Because we're going to have a base on the far side. So yeah, I'm not too worried about that. And our ground tracking stations are always going to have direct line of sight in one way or another to the base. So yeah, I'm good with it. All right, we got 2 minutes and 10 seconds on our surface propulsion system burn. Should mean our burn time is at 105, so we got 15 seconds to our recircularization burn with the capsule. Five seconds towards recircularization. Okay. Reignition of the surface propulsion system on time. Hey, Bulgarian, what's up? Have you started permanent surface experiment missions yet? No. Ingram, what's up?
Discovery,
29-month
going
resub. Thank you. Should be about halfway through the burn here. Then 850 meters a second burn. So at T0, we should be around 425. A little bit behind on the burn, but that's okay. More or less accurate. Almost done. Okay, burned a little further than I wanted, but that's okay. Surface propulsion system is doing its thing, man. Everything's good. After Strange New Worlds, what should you watch? Oh, I don't know, man. Not sure. Almost. 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 There we are. Well done. Yes. Precisely. I mean, if you, yeah. Strange New Worlds, I mean, I don't know. Canonically, the original series comes after Strange New Worlds, but Strange New Worlds isn't complete yet, so maybe watch the original series. The first episode of the original series, guys, the pilot, is a mind frick of an episode. Like, it's... The cage, yeah. The kid, dude. Yeah, man. Freaking cage, man. They're looking all right, T-Man. I'm just worried that we're gonna fall into a false sense of security because we keep playing teams that are like 1-5 and 2-5, etc., etc. We are right back into a 100 by 100.4 by 100.3 circular. All that's left is a capsule re-entry, and then we should be good. So we are going to dial in a 60 meters a second deorbit burn. We did it over that peninsula last time and landed over here. What I'm going to do is do it over this peninsula right here. And that should get us over KSC. We're going to have to adjust it because the planet's rotating underneath us. Something is wrong with the Dolphins head coach. I don't know what that guy's doing, but I don't think he does either. Something is very, very wrong, and I'm kind of amazed the Dolphins haven't fired him yet. Did you see the plane that was maybe hit by space debris? I've seen that, yes. It's coming sooner than what people think, though. Yeah, Jason, what X-Wing said, dude. Sorry about the late reply. I'm still shaking off Monday morning cobwebs. Mike's a decent offensive coordinator, but not head coach material. Dolphins GM Chris Greer's had that position for 9 years. You guys shouldn't have got rid of Flores. I liked Flores. Flo is a good coach. But yeah, I don't know, man. Fluffy, I mean, it kind of makes me wonder what the heck about being a head coach is so difficult that so many fail at it. I don't understand. This is pretty straightforward. Like, but anyway, hold on a second, man. I did my trajectory there, and we landed out here. If we do it over this peninsula here, I gotta be precise. Let's aim for the west side of that peninsula, more or less. That should get me somewhere between Kerbal and the island. Not Kerbal and the island runway. It should get me right around here. That's really what I'm aiming for. You also had Dan Campbell. Yeah, but Dan Campbell was an interim coach. Can you believe the number of mid-season college coaches getting the axe? Yeah, binary. It's pretty nuts, dude. I don't think it was space debris either, rarest. Most likely something unregistered with the FAA. EJ are so tough. All right, Zane. You said that already, pal. I have all the DLC, Zane. Stand by for deorbit burn. 10 seconds. Yeah, he did. I know, Manfred. Deorbit burn initiated. Truck backing up on Starbase Live. Hang on. I'm just going to do a quick test with shutting off the aft thrusters for translation control because the service module is low. Let's see, how does she handle now? Shut the SAS off. Make sure we have nilled out rates. Oh, very nice. Wait, why are we rolling? Oh. I forgot one thruster. Yeah, I need to make a set of action groups for the capsule. I gotta figure out how AG sets work. I never bothered to figure that one out. Because I like doing it by hand. Other than that, that's working just fine. Cool. Excellent. I'll do it by hand, dog. He likes. Okay. We're going to reorient the capsule in preparations for SM disposal. Shutting off the back set of thrusters, guys, when the service propulsion system doesn't have a high tank of gas, actually makes this thing work really well. I'm looking for translation, so you guys can't really see it, but basically, with the back set of thrusters shut off for translational control, it takes into account the center of mass shifting from the service module draining. The gas in the tank back here drains and it moves the center of gravity of the vehicle forward, so I shut off the back thrusters to compensate. Now, what should happen here is if I go to translate, so up, down, left, right, we should see no increases on degrees a second radian for pitch, yaw, and roll. We should see these numbers stay pretty much zero, because these are rotation rates that are up here. And they are not moving. Pitch slightly, but they're not moving. What about this? Light yaw control, or slight increase in yaw rate, but it's by 0.01 degrees a second radian per like 1 second impulse of burn, meaning negligible. Perfect. Shutting off the back end of the thrusters, it basically tested end-to-end control of the capsule. The capsule's still very controllable. The reason why I wanted to test this is because there might be a scenario in the capsule's mission in the future where we need to dock to something with not a lot of fuel left in the service module. The capsule being able to translate correctly with a full tank of gas versus not with a full tank of gas, right? Or full tank of fuel and oxidizer. Tanks of fuel and oxidizer shows really, really wide mission capability for this capsule. This capsule can do whatever. We can come up with a concept of operations or conops for a future mission where we don't need to worry about the capsule not being able to rendezvous when the fuel is low. I designed it that way on purpose, and that goes back to what I was saying. I knew that this could be a thing with the capsule. We checked it and we tested it and we came up with a novel solution of thrust limiting these thrusters to be able to take into account the differential fuel load. That translation's tight, son. Nah, I mean. Okay, now we will move into position for SM jettison. Stand by for service module separation. We have a good jettison of the service module, enabling capsule onboard monoprop tanks. Okay, so now what I want are these thrusters. I don't know if you guys remembered us placing these thrusters. I put these things in here so the capsule can translate into position or rotate into position here in preparation for re-entry. That's what this thruster is here for. Yep, those thrusters only have one use, and it's to do what you see on the screen, just to make sure that my heat shield's facing in to windward velocity. And from here, roll modulation will help us fly. We can disable those thrusters, shut them out. Roll control is good. People have done that, J-Speed. Yeah, they've done the math out. That's just a little bit of trig. Just a little bit of trig. Okay, here we go. We have entry interface. So guys, check this out. Capsule is ballistically stabilizing. Notice that our rates aren't very high on the pitch and roll. Rates are kind of staying pretty fine. I don't have SAS on. We are letting the capsule, we're ballistic right now. I will steer the capsule a little bit later. I hope I did this right. You really, I mean, it would suck to lose the capsule, but nobody's on board. But I really don't want the capsule in a scenario where it comes down A on land or B in the mountains. In the mountains is basically a death sentence, because when the capsule hits the ground, the parachutes go away, and then you can roll down the hill if you're not careful. You do not want that when Kerbals are inside. That's almost certain death. Stage the chutes before communication loss. We'll get reacquisition of signal over KSP Viscous, but I'll do it anyway. That's probably a good decision. Okay. Everything's actually, this trajectory is looking pretty decent. We're very shallow, so we're going to sail a good ways. But once this capsule gets down into the thicker parts of the atmosphere, we are falling like a brick. What kind of nightmare would it be to do trigonometry on a slide rule? Not bad. Heat shield ablation is started. We are in signal blackout. Once again, fellas, no SAS is enabled. That's aerodynamically stable, which is meaning that we're not really moving around much. Pitch is staying right at around 4.5 to 5 degrees, which is good, meaning the offset center of mass is turning our heat shield a little bit into the wind on purpose, giving us basically angle of attack modulation with the heat shield. We'll be able to steer the thing. And once again, I was aiming right here. That's my aim point. And it looks like we're going to get it. Hey, Lava. With a Kerbal inside, we could steer this thing right back. Yep, we have some cross-range capability. That was proven on the last flight. SpaceX is live. What's up, man? Liking the jams? There you go. Heat shield really doing some work there. Flying over KSC. Should be coming out of plasma blackout here in the next 15 seconds. That trajectory, boys, look to be pretty damn good. I said right around the island runway. That's pretty good. That's pretty much what I was aiming for. We should have a reacquisition of signal here. There we go. Got a good deploy on the drogues. To reorient us to slow down. When do you make the moon lander after this capsule is proven? That's probably soon. Dude, that was with no SAS on, guys. We didn't have stability assist on through that entire mission. Or through that entire re-entry. But look, I was aiming right next to the island runway. We came down perfect. Now we got a good re-entry. If we keep our perigee right around here, we're going to come in right around KSC. Perfect. Easy for recoverability in the future if we wanted to do that. You have 600 kilos of ablator, or 617 units of ablator left. So, what if I want to reuse the capsule, Mikey? There's a reason why I put a docking port down here, so we could reuse it. Capsule's good for another 2 to 3 re-entries, I'd say. We have main drogue shoot. Drogues inflate. Should have our main chutes unfurl here very soon. Two good mains. Closing out thruster systems. Thruster system closeout is on time. So you aren't going to be ripping wiring and computers out to put in another capsule? No. How far are we from KSC? About 40 kilometers downrange of KSC. That's pretty damn good, dude, and I'll take it. More than easy to get a recovery capsule or recovery ship out here if we really wanted to. And we could pull the capsule. Or a recovery hydroplane. Why you want a hydroplane all the time, man? Got a good splash. Stable 1.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Mint. Perfect. That's the W we needed today. That was perfect, guys. Excellent mission. Everything went fine. Yeah. We demonstrated pretty much end-to-end capability. The capsule works great. I'm ready for crew with this thing. Yeah. You like your shirt. Thank you. Recovery Ekranoplan. You can't make... Ekranoplanes don't very work... Don't... Words, EJ. Ekranoplanes don't work very well in KSP because there's no ground effect. You'd have to fake it. With that being said, hydrofoils are absolutely possible. You can make hydrofoils. I've done it. I've made hydrofoil planes, which is pretty cool. We can upgrade the pad right now, but I'm not going to. Let's take a look at the missions that we have to fly. Lancel? Lensel? We need to perform a spacewalk in orbit, this time to try to keep your helmet free of bodily fluids. Oh. Everything went fine, unlike 2 out of 3 of the IRO crew capsules the USA is trying. Yeah, Ethereal. Well, I know what I want. I can't say the same for Boeing. Lockheed, I think, knows what they want out of that capsule for sure. It's just there's no way to test it all the time, which is why they have problems. But yeah. Crazy, right? Do you know what they want? Money! The only reason why you built another Krusty Krab next to your first Krusty Krab? Money! And your name, sir? Mr. Krabs. And I love money! Any reason why you built the second Krusty Krab next to the first one? Money! You guys ever seen it?
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Oh, boy. Waz, 52-month resub. You could tell it's a sub by the way it is. How neat is that? That's pretty neat. Yeah, Ethereal. One is Boeing's fault. The other one was built by Lockheed, but the problem is once again Boeing's fault because they built the rocket that it launches. Oh, that's so messed up, dude. But funny. I'm Mr. Krabs and I love money. Yeah, like I said, money. I won't do that again. Thanks, Jason. Who you calling Pinhead? All right. Why are you so good at it? Don't worry. Don't ask questions you don't want the answer to, Mikey. Jeez. Don't ask questions you don't want the answer to, pal. All right. Anyway. 160. Specific satellite around the moon. You can go get another Kerbin, or another Kerbal, Lenzel. Position a satellite in a specific orbit of the moon. Hi, Kevin. Money. Sorry, it's stuck in my head now. Explore Minmus. They want an orbital spacewalk near Minmus. Here comes the giant fish. Here comes the giant fist. Oh, jeez. We should take the explore Minmus mission. We'll do, we can do a Minmus flyby with the same architecture with people. I would be down to do that. A rescue mission could be preferable. And you said it to Wombo. Satellite, it wants me to put a lot of different satellites around specific orbits around the moon. We need science data from the surface of the moon. Science data from the surface of Minmus. Let's be real, these are missions that we are going to get. Specific satellite in an orbit around Kerbin. New lunar outpost. I don't really have the abilities to build that out. The inner machinations of my mind are an enigma. Thinking about, I'm trying to look at the contracts that I have, try and string a mission together in my mind. No, I didn't, Fluffy. Willard, where's the leak, ma'am? Finland. Those are the orbits that they want us. Minmus? Willard. Don't you have somewhere else to be stupid at? Well, not until 4. All right, guys. Well, the only real thing I'm thinking of doing next here is a lunar mission. But if we're gonna go, we should be able to do the same mission with crew here in the time allotted. I'm pretty sure. So I'm gonna say onwards and upwards, baby. Let's go. Let's see if there's anything we can. So we need science data from the surface of the moon. Pretty sure I can get that. Science data from the surface of Minmus. That'll happen on a hopper mission. We need to position a satellite in an equatorial around Minmus for that. And we have an explore Minmus too. Tori Bruno has confirmed that the third Vulcan V in just a few. Vulcan 5? Oh, Centaur 5. Is mayonnaise an instrument? Roll, Gaw. Or mods, can we get a roll for Gaw? I rolled 13. He retrieved ad time with Twitch channel points. Oh, no. 2. Okay, so are we just after the EVA stuff here? Like, if we're gonna plan out a mission to the moon, we're gonna do that same thing. Are we gonna do an EVA around the moon? Are we going to do crew reports? Obviously, crew reports. We want science experiments. We might want to put a mystery goo on there, on our target vehicle. The capsule already has an ESU on it, an experimental storage unit. I'm thinking. Hang on 1 second, dudes. Hang on, I got a message. Are you gonna watch Martians Return tomorrow night? Probably not, dude. Go check your messages. Might be important. I did have another message here. What is it? My 50% discount to Comcast is expiring, so we're gonna have to charge you $1,400. Your 50% discount on monthly bill monthly bill. Your 50% discount on monthly bill has been scheduled for removal because we haven't heard from you. This is your last chance to prevent this change. Call back on the number showing on your caller ID immediately to keep your discounted rate. That's what it says. Discounted rate U. Nice. Yeah, I probably should give them a call. Oh no! It's totally a scam or something. Oh, you guys want that 50% off? And your credit card and bank info, please. Yeah, right. Idiots. Oh, you're a Nigerian prince? All right, let's go. Do you think it's possible to generate power from the heliosphere like a solar wind generator? It wouldn't generate a lot of power, stove bolts. Yeah, I mean maybe, but it honestly wouldn't generate much, dude. I'm just wondering about our time here, dudes. If we're gonna do space news on time today, I mean, we could plan this mission out for tomorrow, and I think we'll be good from there. What are we even going for with science? Do we want to get the better panels, right? I'm thinking maybe going down the science trajectory itself might be a good idea. Or we could hold on the manned missions for now. We could hold on them and... I mean, we really need to generate money, guys. So I think before the next crew mission, now that I'm really thinking about this, we should probably belt out some contracts or something. How about 10 million hamsters on wheels in 0G? You're gonna, I mean, that would make a really nice gyroscope. I'm not sure about generating power. Yeah, I'm not really looking forward to that sledge, to be 100% honest with you. What do you need to upgrade the VAB? We don't need to upgrade the VAB, excuse me. We need to upgrade the launch pad, dudes. We need 564. I technically could do it right now, but that would leave us with about 40 and change. And I don't want, 40 is, I mean, and then we could take more advances on missions, I suppose, but I prefer to do a couple of these things. Position a satellite in an equatorial orbit around Minmus. We could put that Block 2 vehicle to use with another, I'm not going to say a Minmus hopper, but we could do a moon hopper mission. Satellite around the surface of the moon, satellite in a specific orbit on the moon, 43.6. Yeah, you know what? I'm going to do that because that pays 13 science. Let's get a moon hopper mission going. Let's do a quick moon hopper, get some science and stuff, get the funding that we need, and then we'll do the crew mission tomorrow. I think that's fair. Yeah, let's do it. Let's find the Block 2 vehicle. Block 2 vehicle should still have the target vehicle on board. Yes, it does. We can separate the target vehicle, save that. Now load up doesn't have the re-entry vehicle. I think I may have accidentally deleted my the Minmus lander, dudes. Octo 2 lander? Oh, no, it's still here. I don't think I have the return vehicle though, which is, yeah, that kind of sucks. All right, well, we can just remake it. It's not that big of a deal. I think I may have sub-assembled it, perhaps. No, we have the Octo Sat bus. That's not going to get us with it. Octo 2 lander. All right, let's make some upgrades to the Octo 2 lander. And I'm going to delete the Minmus lander crap file because it's essentially the same thing. All right. All right, so we need to do the re-entry vehicle. Let's go with what we know. These things aren't really that difficult to remake anyway. This version is cooler anyway. I like this version. I don't want to put those on the ESU. This storage container, I don't want them there. Your droids. You don't want them here. Go. As is tradition, I will add the magnetometer to the stage. I actually should probably make sure that I'm wondering if we got stuff from the surface of the or the magnetometer from around the moon. I'm not sure if we did. I don't really remember. The goo? You had an accident? What does that mean? Goo! You falling up with the wall or something?
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Oh, it was great to see Kerbal. Right on, man. Thank you for watching. So, Chief, the thing about the goo canisters is that gotta kind of be careful with these things because they're not a physics-less part. So what does that mean? What does that mean in plain English? Putting one on the side here, gonna throw off my center of mass. It's gonna make the vehicle a little bit harder to maneuver. So, what I'm telling you is that we need 2 instead of 1. And that means I'm gonna have to move around my scientific equipment a little bit, but that's okay. They're symmetrical. Now, the seismograph and everything else, that's not, we don't need to worry about that. Those are physics-less, so they're not symmetrical. We know that because we make hinges out of them and stuff, remember? Okay. Oh, the other thing I'm going to do to the lander is get rid of those. Save some cash by using 6 of the... So we have 2 of those totaling 20 monopropellant. 6 of these. $15, $30, $60. For way less price. Yeah, baby. Set the priority on the tanks to be a lot lower, so the stage RCS doesn't use them. There we go. Good stuff, man. You might even be able to go with a different lander engine for the... Actually, you know what? This will be good for the moon. This thing was fine. Perhaps a better engine adapter is in order. That's 50 kilos. But you can't radial that thing, can you? No, you can't. No. Oh, nice. Get rid of the nose cone. I found a better engine shroud, baby. Oh, that looks so much better. Cool. I love the fan shrouds. Those, like, ironically, are some of my favorite parts in the game. Because you can do stuff like that. Make it look like there's the turbine machinery for this engine, if at all, is up there. Good stuff. Good stuff. Okay, lander has received its upgrades. Let's make sure our staging is correct. Which features of the KSP community fixes mod did you like? Didn't you like to make you stop using it? Honestly, Z-Man, I don't remember. Oh, it wasn't any particular... Sorry, I had to think about it for a second. It wasn't any particular feature that I didn't like. The thing about KSP community fixes is that it makes Kerbal operate in a different... Like, some of the physics glitches are fixed in the game. Some of my crafts are designed to work with how KSP's stock physics work. So the community fixes were making stuff not work. Stuff that I'd tried and tested. So instead of going and re-engineering every single one of my spacecraft at the time, I just got rid of it. Dekezo, you were thinking about space. Space is dumb. Great. Thank you for letting us know your opinion on the subject. I'm very happy for you. I'm very happy for you. In the longer term, would you build a shuttle? Maybe. Think about it, we will die before we ever get to anything else. Or we could just die where we are. I mean, Dekezo, there are plenty... I mean, I don't know. You just want to sit here and wallow in the cradle. That's fine. Some people don't want to do that, dude. There's a whole solar system out there that we could be going and exploring. Who knows what we're going to find? I don't think it's wise to write it off as something that's just not worth pursuing. And maybe we should go find it and go figure it out. The pitfalls and the possibilities. Maybe even an answer to that universal question, why? No, Gonna sit here and do nothing all day? What are we gonna do? We sit here and do nothing all day, TK, so we're gonna start fighting. Stagnation leads to war every time. You want that reality? I don't want that reality. Let's go to space, huh? How's the balancing of spacecraft and payloads done in real life? I mean, they don't have a center of mass icon shifting every time it's being added. Computer in CAD, Nightwalker, you actually do. In CAD, you do. Yeah, sure. If you're wondering how it was done back in the day, a lot of freaking math. Yeah, a lot of math, dude. Wartaz, you just landed a rocket on a drone ship using parachutes in a frame. Perfect input. Hey, all right, man. Did it do what you want? Because if it did what you want, then you're good. Yeah, I figured I made the antennas too long. Okay, one guy stayed in space for like a year. He almost lost his balls for it. He was still protected by Earth's magnetosphere. Takezo, let's just get down to brass tacks, dude. You believe in just sitting here and that it's not even worth trying because we haven't figured out stuff. I don't think that's smart. In fact, I think that's a really dumb way of looking at it, dude. Which is why, if that's the way you think, that's the way you think, man. I'm not here to change your mind. I'm not here to say you're... I mean, I just think that that's really bad. That's a really bad way of thinking about it. To say that, oh, well, we haven't even discovered light speed. We haven't even discovered light speed. What's the point? That is just writing off the entire human exploration spirit as just something that we feel like doing, not something that we're obligated to doing. And I think that's fundamentally incorrect. Like from a, not even from like a human's, like not even from like an objective standpoint. This is from a human standpoint. I don't think that's right, man. I really don't. You know, like we haven't developed light speed. Fine, figure it the frick out, dude. Figure it out. We didn't get to the moon. We didn't sit there 50 years ago and say, oh, we're never going to figure out how to get to the moon. What's the point? No, we figured out a way to do it and we did it. It's a really question. So inadvertently, you're not calling into question whether it's technically possible of being able to get to another star system, right? Or whether we can explore the cosmos like we can do like they do in Star Trek. What you're doing is denying the human spirit, which is dumb. We're not built that way to just sit there and do nothing. We don't do that. We'll figure it out, man. We'll figure it out. We might not figure it out in our lifetime, dude. But can you imagine being like Jules Verne or something? Coming up with all this cool stuff that possibly could happen in the future? What about Konstantin Tsiolkovsky, the guy that came up with orbital mechanics and the practical application of orbital mechanics and the math behind it? He never lived to see people get to the moon. You know? Look, man, you got to pay it forward. We got to pay it forward to advance our understanding. Sometimes the goal might not be achieved in our lifetime. That's possible. Space is huge. You're absolutely right. But if we're not progressing towards learning and understanding and exploring how our solar system works, where we're going and how to get there, like how to live on Mars, for instance, it's not just about getting people there, like what SpaceX says. It's about the fact that we were able to go and conquer the stars to an extent. Advancing our dexterity in space is not just something that we want to do for fun. Like, it's not just some pet peeve social project, right? It's really about advancement of understanding the human condition. and our place in the universe and how we work in the universe. That's so ridiculously important. If you can answer that question, man, that will unlock, or even come up with a viable technological means to help understand that question. That will really mean a lot to a lot of people, dude. And you know, it'll really mean a lot. It'll mean a lot to people, and whoever figures that out, man. Oh, we'll have a dexterity that in space that is not even understood even by us. I'm just saying we could do more here and now. Yeah, exactly, Takezo. And here, my question back to you is that's the exact argument that people use to cancel the Apollo program. Oh, let's just fix all of our problems on Earth. Let's fix all of our problems on Earth. Why are we going to the moon? Why are we going to the moon? We got to fix all of our problems on Earth. And NASA obliged. They said, yeah, you know what? That's a good point. It's a good point. We'll stop doing this. And did we fix our problems? No. Do you know why? Is because the human condition always deals with problems. You deal with problems and solutions, all right? The solution to the 1970s problems have created the problems of today, i.e. there's always going to be problems on this planet. Always. I'm not falling for that crap again. Nobody else should either. We can go into space and we can solve stuff here. That's the same nonsense that people tried to peddle 50 years ago. And we obliged and we took the bait and it didn't freaking work. If we can't moon, how would we ever Mars? Well, we could moon. We had a viable pathway to building a civilization out on moon, and the people that whined about our problems here on Earth stopped it. So that means that those people are the problem. Does that make more sense? You're falling into a logic trap and you don't even realize it. Let's do more moon, please. I agree, man. We're not going to try to make a dilithium crystal Star Trek, warp drive overnight, dude. But understanding how to live and work in space and going further in space and not just talking about it for 50 years and actually frigging doing it will advance us further in the future. That could unlock secrets we don't even understand. That could unlock form of propulsions we have no idea about, dude. Alcubierre drives, warp drives, light speed. Look, man, if we can't go to the moon, we ain't figuring any of that out. We got to go to the moon. Got to do that first, then Mars, and then figure out how to live and work there. You know? Seems like there's a heated discussion going on about X about whether HLS will be ready in time. Elon is 100% sure they will make it. Do you think SpaceX will make it in time? Yes. I messaged you on Discord because Twitch is stupid. Yeah, Bree, there's no after hours tonight. I want to watch the Lions game, guys. So much easier for the moon. Yeah, of course. Slow down, you like the Lions. The Lions are my secondary football team. I'm a Patriots fan through and through, dude. My wife's from Detroit. I have some credence here to be able to be okay, like for people to be okay with liking the Lions. I gotta like the Lions. But yeah, guys, we gotta go further. We have to go. It's part of the human condition. The experience is a super big part of it. You when you're young, you're with your parents and you're in the cradle, and then you grow as a person, And then you go to school, and then hopefully, you know, if you want to, you go to college, and then you grow, and then you find a significant other, and you have a family with them, etc., or don't, whatever. That's not the point. Don't get confused. The point is that you progress as an individual, but you only do that by getting out into the world, going out and experiencing things, right? That is the only way you grow as a person. That's the only way we grow as a species. All right? That's so important. You know, Konstantin Tsiolkovsky, once again, the father of the rocket equation. He's the guy that came up with the practical math that quantified Keplerian and Newtonian physics for how spacecraft fly in space. The delta V formula, he came up with it. He famously said, you know, Earth is the cradle of human civilization, of human life, human consciousness, but you can't stay in the cradle forever. You got to go. You got to grow. We have to move. We have to go up there. Can't stay here forever. Never marry anyone from Michigan. Think about the holiday. Well, that ship sailed a long time ago, dude. Don't worry about that. Going into space to solve problems down here. Well, Rares, that's of course. Yeah, of course. Everybody benefits from spaceflight on a daily basis. If you've ever used, you know, like Starlink, probably be a good example. That would be a good modern day example. Freaking Metal Blimson, who's beyond his time. Yeah. But Aqualux, these guys, Tsiolkovsky, Newton, Kepler, they didn't do this. They didn't come up with these ideas, and well, not come up with these ideas. They didn't discover and find these things, you know, to get bummed out about not being able to experience the fruits of their scientific labor. You know what I mean? Tsiolkovsky came up with how rockets fly, and that's a big deal. Goddard quantified that later. And then von Braun used Goddard's work to make the first practical launch vehicle. And then from there, you know, you get the end of World War II, the space race, etc., etc. Tsiolkovsky didn't live to see that. But he put forth mathematical understanding that allowed us to basically dip our toe into the cosmos. He didn't live for it. He knew he wouldn't be around for it. But he still did it anyway. Paying it forward, even though we're probably not going to see warp drive in our time. Paying it forward and fostering that scientific research and understanding by going further in space could eventually get us there. But, you know, I don't come in here and tell people about spaceflight all the freaking time and preach the gospel of spaceflight. Don't get me wrong. It's not like I let it define me as a person, right? But the reason why I come in here and do what I do is maybe someday the person that was inspired by this stream will invent that. I do that with the promise of a better future. That's what keeps me going. That's why I still do this. If I can inspire one person to pull their head out of their ass and get out there and go and invent something new, like fusion or plasma drives or better forms of propulsion or anything, I will consider this endeavor, this whole streaming endeavor over the past decade and a half, a success. Yeah, Paul, they lied. They lied, those sons of guns. That's how they get you. They lied about Hollywood, lied about warp speed. That's correct, Aqualux. Yes. Mm-hmm. I don't know why I thought you were about to start your retirement speech. I have no plans of retiring anytime soon. Well, I was going to launch this mission, but that's not happening now. I'll probably take a break and start space news now. We'll get this. Come on, voice. We'll get this Minmus mission going up tomorrow. People clearly want to talk about what's going on with HLS and stuff, and even though I really don't want to, I'm prepared. Number one space nerd. I just heard a space YouTube thing that told me we are trapped. Yeah. Think someone would do that, dude? You think someone would just go on the internet and tell lies? We will never make it there without a warp drive. See, that... I don't know why I waste my time sometimes. I don't get it. Yeah, in case, Takezo, I don't think you do. You say you love me like a brother. I don't think you do. You asked me a question, a philosophical question about the ideals of space exploration and how that is a worthwhile endeavor to humans. And you said it's not, and I gave you a really dang good reason why it isn't, and then you just defaulted back to the original thing that you said, which basically proves that you didn't listen to anything that I had to say, and you're wasting my time. Stop wasting my time. Listen, I don't think you did. I don't think you did. You came to the exact same conclusion that you did at the beginning of what I said. So you didn't listen to me. You didn't listen to anything I had to say. And that's fine. That's okay. It's the internet. You don't have to listen to people. You can think whatever you want on here without accountability or repercussion. It's fine. It's okay. It's just, I don't think you do. I really don't. I think you're wasting my time. And that's very rare that I say that about people. Do we agree on the moon base thing? I don't know. If you were listening, you would have heard. No, Glory, he's not trolling. I just see a bunch of people who go watch YouTube videos and think they're an expert on subject matter. Takezo didn't, and Takezo, I'm not trying to say this to be a jerk, but you didn't come in here to have your mind changed. You came in here to change other people's minds under the guise of trying to, of an open discussion. A lot of people do that. And a lot of people do that. The type of people that do that kind of stuff are the people that are not fully even convinced that their own statement is correct. And that's fine. Whatever. It's the internet, dude. It ain't no thing.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
You know, you said, oh, we should have a moon base. And I agreed with you. You didn't listen to that part, but that's fine. But we don't necessarily need a moon base to go further to Mars. We can just go to Mars. It's fine. It's not that big of a deal. It's not that much more difficult to go. I mean, it is, but in terms of like galactic conquest, we'll say it's not that much further. Let's talk about Jupiter. No, let's not talk about Jupiter, dude. Let's not. Your incoherent ramblings are wasting my time at this point, dude. So I'm going to go take a break. I'll be back for space news. You can ramble incoherently there all you want, dude. Have fun. Be merry. I'll be back in a little bit for space news, guys. Thank you very much for watching. I hope you enjoyed this part. The capsule is working really well. We will do another capsule mission tomorrow, and I will be back here in about 20 to 30 minutes. We will start the HLS and rocket review. It should be pretty fun or spicy. Be back in a little bit.